These days, if you don't have an app, you're falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then, when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit, empowering your business to be well-equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at anthill.one.
Interior designers do a lot.
Sketching, designing, a lot of meetings, I'm on site a lot.
I think a lot of people think we paint walls.
Sorry.
Time is really valuable.
Ordering and deliveries.
Schedules.
Charts, emails, spreadsheets.
All these are taking so much time out of the creative part of the work.
Worst thing.
Ooh, spreadsheets.
Way too many emails.
I hate spreadsheets.
I hate spreadsheets.
The world that we're moving into is about empowering people, giving back time.
I can work on a project and then have the other side of the world in another office working on it.
Clippings, they are improving the way we work.
It's taking a lot of the hard work out for us. It's like a beautiful master schedule.
Just boom, 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 done.
Through design development to site.
It's just like everything just like comes together, and it's a really good feeling.
Being part of Labo8 is a challenge, a journey, and a pleasure in so many ways.
The best thing about Labo8 are the people around you. Knowing that everyone around you got your back is a pretty great feeling.
At Labo8, you are not just an employee, you're a person that matters. And the coffee is pretty nice.
Feels cozy to work in Labo8. Feels like a place I'm connected with, people I know, place I know.
I think that the biggest breakthrough we did as a team is to cultivate a company culture with a friendly environment. And of course, all the small and not so small problems we managed to solve for our customers.
Being a part of Lab08's team is like the rare feeling of being at the right place at the right time. Being surrounded by so many amazing people is awesome.
Because we always make sure we get the best ones on board.
Being a part of Lab08 is something I can easily describe with 2 words: pure joy.
Join Lab08. We have cookies and great products.
News UK Tech is a really dedicated team full of some amazing talent, and I think we always go above and beyond.
The thing I love most about working at News UK is that we are right on the pulse of what people are talking about across the nation, and I find that really exciting.
The biggest reason I joined News UK was the people. Like, I stepped out of every single interview going, I want to work with these guys. They just seem to have just a really wonderful culture and a way of working with each other.
I'm most proud of seeing the growth of everyone in my team. And we've built a really amazing culture that allows the individuals in my team to shine and really do their best.
Why is News UK a good place to work? Well, it's a great place to work, actually. It's the people. The people make it.
There's a real kind of energy and pace of working for a media organisation. Can be a bit crazy at times, but it's never dull.
A media business like this is a digital business. The lifeblood of that is the people that make those digital ideas come to life. You couldn't have a business now without engineers.
I like working at News UK because you're just surrounded by really smart people, and there's so many people to learn from and experts in their field that your learning curve is so steep, and every day's a school day.
If I have one ambition, it's to make our end users, who are the journalists using our tools, to feel excited by them, to say, I did something today that I couldn't do yesterday, and I reached our audience in a new way because of the tools that you and your team built.
We're affecting people's emotions, right? If you imagine sport, for example, it's passion, it's emotion. So being able to make that same kind of depth of feeling happen not just here but across the world, I like being part of that.
We are Ocado Technology, and we have been transforming online grocery through technology and automation. We build cutting-edge solutions using artificial intelligence, machine learning, data science, robotics, cloud technologies, and even Internet of Things. And all of this innovation is born out of 7 development centers across the whole Europe.
The scale of Ocado's ambition is fairly breathtaking. So there's a sense of opportunity to learn, but to contribute and actually make a difference.
We've come from almost nowhere, and we found ways to solve problems that no one else in the world has managed to solve.
What I found it's unique in the Ocado culture is this passion.
The ability to experiment, to check new things.
You have the autonomy to go out and look for different solutions, new solutions. That's what the whole place is about. How can we do it better?
Stripes Bulgaria was founded in 2008 by the Dutch entrepreneur Koen van Wijk. His vision was to create solutions that exceed customer expectations. Since 2014, Stripes is part of the ICT Group in the Netherlands. ICT Group is a stock-listed company on the Amsterdam Stock Exchange and employs more than 1,000 professionals. Since 2017, I have the privilege and honor to drive Stripes forward in the role of CEO. We offer solutions to our clients in digital transformation, smart applications, and infrastructure. Our mission is to build smart solutions that create business impact. We are Stripes.
DataArt is a global software engineering firm with a uniquely human approach to solving problems. We have teams of highly trained engineers with over 20 years of experience. Everyone upholds a deep understanding of the industry sector through ongoing technology research. People first. Relationships are the foundation of long-term value generation. We hire people for the long haul. Projects change, but our employees remain with us. Commitment to people is the main and absolute value for DataArt. DataArt doesn't have a rigid hierarchy with a single leader. The flat and decentralized organizational structure is beneficial to DataArt's flexibility. DataArt's organizational structure is based around projects. We enjoy flexible schedules, vacations, and work locations, both at different developmental sales and centers, or from home. DataArt is built around people who want to earn a living using their professional skills and talents with minimal limitations on their personal freedom. A lot of people are happy to work for DataArt and stay with us for many years. They have the opportunity to learn, gain experience, and grow. Join DataArt.
Every day, we see new technologies, new usage behavior, and new competitors. Everything is constantly changing. Do we give up? Not at all. We're challenging the status quo and ourselves. We're combining the best from linear TV and digital technology. We're striving for excellence in digital product creation. We are changing the game. Because entertainment is in our DNA. We call it entertainment thinking. Driven by audience centricity, we create exciting digital entertainment experiences. We engage our audience like no other. Let's see what we've already achieved and what is still to come. Starting with Fan Worlds, we are taking our most successful TV shows and brands to the next level. We combine TV with a more immersive experience. New interactive features and digital exclusive content blend into a unique online experience. Instead of just watching, our audience becomes part of our shows. That makes us stand out from everybody else. With the new Galileo app, we have taken away traditional distribution channels. We removed linearity of consumption and distilled the very essence of the brand. With cutting-edge technology, we built an even greater experience around it. That gives Galileo its own digital channel to explain the world with a unique spin. And we've not even reached our limits. Quip is an entertainment product like we've never built before. The exciting digital format created a new genre in entertainment: interactive mobile live shows. More than 1 million app downloads, up to 60,000 concurrent players, speaks for itself. It's already a commercial success, with leading advertising brands on the platform. The new standard for engaging mobile entertainment experiences. Imagine you're sitting in the movies and close your eyes. Welcome to FIO. Narrative storytelling on the next level, but for your ears only. The most immersive audio experience you've ever had. We are setting new content standards with audio storytelling, audio blockbusters, series, documentaries, and more. It's not another podcast, but an audio app unlike any other app. It's FIO. You think that's already crazy? Wait, there is one more thing. We are ready to put a smile on people's faces with comedy they love. With Smile, our new app, you can access the humor you love fast and easy. With a unique content discovery interface that allows you to switch seamlessly between short and long-form content. Finally, we'll bring together what belongs together. Users who love to see exclusive comedy content and talented artists on the rise. We are more innovative, more uncompromising, more creative than ever before. We're always driven by our obsession to create unseen entertainment experiences for our audiences. Ladies and gentlemen, this is entertainment thinking.
Виждаш се. Може да започваме. Да.
Hello everyone. Welcome to JSTalks 2021. We are really glad that we have support from all community and IT industry. I would like to invite our partners, our important partners, to say a few words about their companies and why they support this conference, JSTalks. And first I would like to invite Denis Yuhnov from DataArt. Welcome, Denis. I'm very glad that see you again.
On behalf of DataArt, I want to thank the organizers for organizing this event in such format. So it's really good that you can be here in person for the networking, for lectures, for lections, and actually also it's good that you can join online if you want. Also, on behalf of DataArt, I want to say that we really happy to support this event because we believe it's, I think, very important and great event for the JavaScript communities on Balkans and around the globe as well. In DataArt, we have different projects. We use different technologies, but one of the core technology is JavaScript with different frameworks. So basically, for us, it's really important to support JavaScript community, support the growth of this community in Bulgaria, and one more time, if you want to get more details about DataArt, you can visit our virtual booth or physical booth here at the premises. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Denis. And now I would like to invite Stanislava Gorostanova from EPAM, from our general partner, to say some words about this company and everything around community and EPAM. Welcome.
Привет на всички, добро утро. Едно от любимите ми неща е утре сутрин да представя нашата компания. Аз съм HR менеджер на компанията от 7 години. В момента, в който се появи, Стефи, привет, радвам се да се видя на този български пазар, толкова предизвикателен. Нашия щанд е долу, много информация може да получите, тъй или иначе ще се виждаме много често, до края на годината вече не, но идната година отново. Много отворени позиции имаме, много интересни проекти имаме, всякакви профили, колеги. Сме доволни и щастливи да посрещнем и много хубав ден ви пожелавам и много полезен да ви бъде. Благодаря, Миша, за организацията. Благодаря.
And our next partner is Mobile Web Solutions. So welcome, Roman.
Hello everyone. On behalf of Mobile Web Solutions, I'm very glad to welcome you here in Tech Park and also those of you who decided to join online. It's very hard now in this COVID situation, but I would like to thank also to the organizers of this event. On mobile waves, we truly believe that it's very important to grow and support IT community here in Bulgaria. That's why we decided to sponsor this event and help this event to actually happen. Mobile Waves is a services company. We work with the selected customers. We use JavaScript different platforms on daily basis in our projects. We have React Native, also Vue.js and some other technologies that we're using based on JavaScript. And again, I'm very happy to be here and to support this community. Thank you.
Thank you, Margaret. We have partnered with interesting products and technologies. One of these companies is Ocado. So welcome, Dimitar from Ocado, and we are really glad that we have Ocado also in our conference.
thank you very much. We are very happy to be supporting JSTalks this year. And like when I think about JavaScript, it's been like an incredibly long journey from its inception when it was only available in browsers. And nowadays, it's this rich ecosystem that thrives and has so many applications. One of the things that really drives us to be here in this conference and to share this space with all of you is that we get to know how each of you uses JavaScript in a unique way to power your businesses and to power innovation in Sofia. In Ocado specifically, JavaScript is key to our in-store automation technology. We use JavaScript to power several services. From management dashboards to mobile applications, and all of those are used to help our customers face the challenges of modern day grocery delivery and online shopping. If you want to share more, we'd love to see you at our booth. We are on floor 1, and we'll be happy to hear what you are using JavaScript for. Thank you very much, and
thank you. Nowadays, media is very important, especially media which is related to internet and IT industry. So we are really glad that we have also News UK here. Welcome, and please share some insights how you support community and why you are here.
Hi all. I represent actually 2 companies, Questers and News UK, because Questers is building the team of News UK in Bulgaria. The team here, everything started in 2019, and currently the team is around 70 people, 68. So we had a huge growth the last couple of years. But the history of News UK in the UK is from hundreds of years. It's really a company with a history. Of course, it's a media. They own brands like The Times, The Sunday Times, The Sun, also the Virgin Radio, which is a very popular radio in the UK. But on the other hand, it's a really technology company because for the last couple of years, they are in a process of huge digital transformation, and this is thanks to the engineering team. In terms of the tech stack, the team is using React, Node, GraphQL, TypeScript, and for the last year also Next.js, which seems to be a really hot topic at the moment. And we even have a talk around noon o'clock with James Spencer, Lewen, and Gabriel from the Bulgarian team, who are going to talk about Next.js. And yeah, we are obviously supporting the JavaScript community because it's really important for us to build relationships and have this kind of good name and as an employer on the market. And you can meet many of our engineers downstairs on our booth. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks again to all our partners. We will start technical presentations after a few minutes. And in track 1 will be Martin Chow, who is already here. And please follow the information which is shared at js.talks.net and enjoy the conference.
И вече се виждаш. И самата презентация.
Така е, окей. Почваме ли?
Да.
Вратата да си затворя ли?
Отивам да ти затворя, моля.
Лайф ли сме? Чуваме ли се вече? Или...
Чуваш се, виждаш се.
Ей! И вратата ще затворим и идеално сме. Okay. Good morning. It's amazing to see people live. Come on, enter. It's super strange after 2 years of doing only online stuff to see people. It's nice. We're not too many, but let's say I'm talking only to the enthusiasts here. Right, so my name is Martin. For those that don't know me, I'm one of the architects in DraftKings. We are doing quite a lot of interesting things, but I'm not going to be talking about them today. I'm going to be talking about performance. So this topic is organized kind of like a brain dump. I usually start organizing my work and my processes in a way that I can review them over time. So if I forget something, I'll have a quick way of rechecking it. So in this presentation, basically this is how this topic was born. So it's organized like, as I said, brain dump, and it's going to give you a lot of information, and not all of the information will be in much detail, but it's a great starting point if you want to really start doing performance, profiling, testing, understanding what is performance. So what's the agenda for today? We're going to start by defining what is performance, what to measure, how we are going to measure it. I'm going to list out some tools, and I'm going to do a short summary at the end. In this talk, I'm not going to be showing any code. I'm not going to show flame charts and other things like this because they're not relevant. This is not a talk about Web Vitals. This is a talk about what performance actually means, how we can define it, and how we can measure it. So, by definition, what is performance? Well, performance is many things, and not all of them are related to speed. So it's good to understand that when we're discussing performance, we're not only talking about speed. Generally, for computer systems, when somebody says that they're doing XYZ for performance reasons, they mean speed. But this is just one of the items. So performance can be accuracy, can be quality, completeness, can be cost, can be time to market as well. So performance can be many things. Reaction to change is also performance, reaction time. When we focus this down to computer performance, we are generally measuring accuracy, efficacy, speed of execution, response time, throughput, bandwidth, availability, utilization of resources. So to narrow down this talk a bit, I'm going to be talking about only a few of the metrics, and this is under the what to measure part of the talk. So to define measurements, it's going to be much easier if we have an example system. So let's have this small system here, where it's going to be an end user who uses some kind of a client application that communicates to our application server through the internet. And I have a pointer. So client application communicates to our application server through the internet. We have some database, some microservice with its own storage, and we have something else that communicates with third party over the internet. And I'm going to be using this highly unoptimized system from design point of view to discuss a couple of the metrics. So what we're going to measure? We're going to measure availability, we're going to measure response time, we're going to measure channel capacity, latency, and throughput. So in this part of the talk, I'm just going to outline what it means, what those terms mean, and then I'm going to specify how we are going to measure them. So what is availability? Availability in general terms is the probability that the system is operational at any given time. So how much this system is operational divided by the time that's actually operational divided by the time it must be operational. This gives us the percentage of availability. Now, availability is not measured in terms of I have ping to the server. Okay, this is not availability. If you have ping to the server and you cannot log in, this is not available system, right? So the system is not available. Availability is measured based on use cases. Can I log in? Can I register? Can I do a checkout of something? Can I don't know, depending on the type of system. But this is how we measure availability. So if we go out of the use case and we say the server is accessible, but just the users cannot log in because the database is down. Well, it doesn't matter if the database is down. Users cannot log in. They cannot do anything. So your system is not available. Yes, the application server is up. Super. So what now? What do we do? This is about availability. Well, we said response time. And response time is kind of interesting because we have a couple of components to response time. Response time is actually comprised of three main ingredients. We have service time, we have wait time, and we have transmission time. And those are quite interesting. It could be that our system, let's go to our system again. It could be that our wait time here is a lot. And the service looks like it's slow. The service is not slow. It's doing something very simple, but it's waiting for someone. This is why the response time is high. So when we say the system response time is high, this is how we understand why. We need to understand, is it self-time that the service did something that was slow? Is it like we are waiting for another service? Or the network that we are using to transmit the data is slow? So those are the three components. Generally, response time is measured in two different ways. We have average response time and we have peak response time. And those are slightly different and quite important when we are discussing this. Think about response time as the time to first byte of your web application. So you say that the time to first byte is slow, it takes a lot of time. Well, okay, let's understand. Did the network have high latency? Did it have enough throughput, or so on? The next one is channel capacity. This is one of the more interesting ones that is so far abstracted away during development that people tend to not think about it a lot. What's channel capacity? So let's say that this machine that I'm currently using can output 8K at 60 FPS, which is not a real thing for this laptop, but let's imagine this situation. Can I output this signal to any HDMI cable? No. I can output this in a special 2.1 version of HDMI cable. Can I output this over 15 meters cable? No. I will need something that will fix the signal strength and retransmit. So this is what is channel capacity. Our internet, it has specific capacity. Our propagation medium, this is how I'm going to say, our propagation medium has capacity. And we cannot exceed that capacity. And it's something to consider. If your application should be designed to work on a 3G network, well, you need to take into account this channel capacity. In our small system here, we have a couple of places where we can have issues with channel capacity. And since I have a live audience, can somebody point one problem on this design to me from the audience? They're not going to hear it, don't worry. I'm just going to reiterate it. Where can we have channel capacity issues here?
From the laptop to the cloud.
So from the laptop to the cloud. This is the internet, it's not the cloud. Yeah. So we can have channel capacity here, that's fine. Where else we can have channel capacity issues?
It's more on the isolated network that you have within your services.
So somewhere in the isolated network, we could have channel capacity issues. We could also have this because this is also internet. But where else? Where is the hidden channel capacity issue that we can have here? So as I said, channel capacity issues are quite well hidden from developers because they're on the physical layer usually. Think about it this way. Your hard drive has IOPS that it cannot exceed. So the speed the database reads from storage, there is a channel capacity there. Yes, with SSDs it's quite high. With NAS storage and so on, there are ways to make this fast, and there are ways to make this like unnoticeable for the system. But when you deal with a large-scale system, you have to think about those channels. So why do some people choose in-memory databases? Well, because they're fast to access, and the channel capacity is much wider there. These are like small things, and you don't notice them until they start slowing down your system. And of course, I'm not saying that hard drives are going to slow down your databases, but again, it's a place where we have channel capacity, and we can exceed it. Another channel capacity here is related to something from the operating system. So when you're working over TCP, you have a receive window, and you have a congestion control algorithm. So you can have the fastest internet on the planet with the lowest latency, which I'm going to discuss a bit later. And still, this device here would not receive more packages than X. It can receive as much as it can receive. What can you do? You need to send 10,000, it can receive 100. It cannot buffer more than 100. So even though you have the fastest internet on the planet and the server is capable of transmitting this data, we cannot ingest the data, and that's it. What can you do? You need to design your system in a better way. Next thing that we should understand and measure is latency, and this one is one of my favorites because it has so many implications on everything that we do every day. So if you think, what is latency? Latency is the delay between cause and effect. And right now, here we are kind of in the future, live. Why? Because the light that comes into the room needs to jump off my face to the camera. It needs to be digitized by the sensor. It needs to be encoded, split into packages, sent over the wire. People need to download this, decompress, display, and then the light from the screen needs to hit their eyes and then process it. So we're kind of ahead, probably a couple of seconds even. And this is latency, and this has huge implications about many areas of our life. So think about it. If your automatic car has big latency in understanding what's going on ahead of it, it will hit the brakes after you hit the wall, which is not nice. But if you think about this from more practical perspective. So I work in sports betting. Is there a difference between a person betting from home, watching on the TV, and a person sitting at the game, betting from their phone? So they see the information a couple of seconds earlier than people at home, and probably some of the bookies that are watching the game on TV. So latency is everywhere, and latency is important, and latency has so many implications that can be, you can design around it, you can use UX in some cases, but there are really places where latency is going to hit you like a brick. So latency depends on transmission medium. I touched this a bit, but is it air? Is it fiber optics? Is it copper cable? Is it pigeon or something else? We have propagation speed in that medium. We have routers. So on the internet, you know, guys, we have routers. There are hundreds of routers around the internet. And you know, most of them are 10 years old, and they have 100 hertz CPUs. So what? You're in the most sophisticated data center in the world and have the fastest internet connection possible. Yes, but between me and you, there are 100 routers that are not that fast. This is where edge computing comes, by the way, and helps. There could be storage delays that I mentioned in the channel capacity, but there is also something that we have here in Bulgaria, which is amazing. The term last mile delays, delay is like, it's a real term, and that's a real photo from Sofia. So can you optimize for this network? Really, like, this network depends on rain on pigeons going on top of it, on high winds, or if a person throws something from the balcony and hits the wires. So good luck optimizing for this one. Let's go back to latency. What can we do about latency? Well, we can jump off somewhere here, somewhere close to the user. We can try to go close to the user. How we can do that? CDNs, content delivery networks, is a good way to do that. But again, don't forget that the last mile is after the CDN, right? So some edge computing approach where we install a portion of our application and cache some resources on the user machine. But obviously, we cannot always rely on that. Yes, there are service workers. Yes, there are ways to do this. But again, we cannot fully rely on them. They help, but they don't fix everything. Okay, now throughput. I have challenged many people, including Misho Mateev, and variety of other MVPs to explain some of the Azure throughputs to me, how they calculate it and how it's priced. And throughput is very, very interesting thing. Throughput is fully based on business. Okay. Yes, there are objective ways to define and measure throughput, but throughput is mainly a business metric. So when you design an application and you need to process 10,000 items per minute or per second, this is the expected throughput of your service. And this is not something that we define in loose terms, right? We know what we want to achieve. In ours, in my example with the cloud, let's say that you've bought 1 hour on the CPU. You can process 1 request, you can process 1,000 requests. It depends on your implementation, your needs, your code. But you bought 1 hour on the CPU, right? You bought X terabytes of traffic. You can send 1 file or you can send 10,000 files. They don't care. This is the throughput that you bought. This is what they're going to provide. So throughput is a way to measure some kind of business objective. Now, what can we have as throughput of our undefined system? I understand that this is an undefined system, but since I see live people, I want to define throughput with them. What can we say is the throughput of our system here? What can, okay, not what is, but what can we define as throughput for this system? For this unknown system. It's a application with a client, it's client-server application. So what could be our throughput?
Mostly data.
Mostly data, somebody says?
Data files. Whatever comes from the client and whatever comes from the third party.
So it's some kind of traffic that we exchange, some data that we exchange. And this data, how we can measure it? So we can measure this data as size. And we can say the throughput of this application should be 5 terabytes per minute, whatever, I don't know. Or we can define error rate as throughput. We can say this service should not do more than 5 errors per year. This is a throughput. Successful request responses. It's also a metric of throughput that we can define for this system. So, as I said, throughput must be defined. It's not an arbitrary thing. It's not something that everybody has for their system clearly said. So I want to do something that's latency versus bandwidth versus throughput. What's the difference between them? So I'm going to explain throughput and bandwidth and latency on top of internet, on top of network, okay? Because I want to give you the perspective. So what's the difference between them? So imagine that the internet is a highway. And since your application performance depends on throughput, latency, and bandwidth, I have an animation, which I did 6 a.m. this morning. So I'm kind of hesitant to run it. But let's say it's gonna work. So what's latency? So on the internet, for you to know that a packet was received, you need to receive acknowledgement. So it's going, oh, not this one. It first goes in one direction and then comes back. And this time is the latency. So on the road, you can move with a fixed speed, fixed top speed. But in reality, internet doesn't look like that. Internet looks like this. You have many packets, many cars moving around, and they want to move fast, but they cannot. Why? Because the link is usually saturated. And this is where congestion control algorithms hit, and they reduce the maximum speed that you can have on the network, or the maximum packet size, or something else. This is related to frames and to other things on the TCP protocol. Now, the only way for you to improve bandwidth in this case, so we understood latency, now we're discussing bandwidth. Bandwidth is the maximum amount of traffic that we can handle for some time. For 1 second, for 1 minute, this is the top bandwidth that we can have. So the only way for you to increase bandwidth is to make bigger road. That's it, no other way. The top speed is fixed. So usually when we measure a network as the efficacy of a network, throughput is a more important indicator, because throughput in this case is packet that was acknowledged. So successfully delivered package or request response. So this is the difference between throughput. So latency, time it takes for you to send the packet and acknowledge. Bandwidth, the maximum amount, the maximum theoretical amount that you can send. Then throughput, number of successful per time. So why I'm going over those metrics, and I'm giving example with the internet? Well, because internet is something that everybody uses and kind of understands. But also because these metrics could be defined for any application, for any software application. You can define what is your latency, what is your response time, what should be your maximum throughput, and so on. The next point is how to measure them. Well, in every project that we would like to measure, we should first establish the baseline. The baseline is the current state. We are starting from this state, and this is what we are going to compare to. And we should use some kind of methodology. Well, we should identify the test environment first, interfaces, devices, networks, computers, yada, 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 depending on the system. Then what are the performance acceptance criteria? So what kind of throughput we want, what kind of response time we want. Then we should plan and design the tests, implement the tests, execute, analyze, tune, and retest. And point 8 obviously goes back to point 1. We understand if we got what we want, and this is how we establish the baseline. And then after we retest, we compare with the baseline. And every improvement that we do, theoretical improvement on the system that we do, we test, verify against the baseline. If we have improvement, we have a new baseline. If we have regression, we go back to point 1, identify, design, and so on. There's a couple of testing types that I'm going to go over one by one. So I'm not going to read them out loud. In theory, all of them sound similar, but the devil is in the details, obviously. The nice thing is that you usually need the same tools to perform all of them. So let's start by isolation testing. Testing in isolation is important because it can give you something that you can quickly do, even on the developer's machine, that or on the CI/CD process, that can verify if your component of the system is behaving up to spec. Your SLAs, your service level agreement. So let's say your microservice needs to respond between 15 and 25 milliseconds, and that's it. 26 milliseconds, bug report. So isolation testing. In our simple system, we can take any of the components and we can test it in isolation. And we can test it for performance. Even the database, we can test for a variety of things. Now, note that I've put these two components together, the microservice with the storage, because one without the other is useless. So we treat them as one component of the system. So we put the tests on top of it. The next one is load testing, and I have a nice picture, which I also don't know if it's going to animate correctly. So what is load testing? Load testing is a constant load on the system that we start. So we start from the system in clean state, and we start increasing the load. And we increase the load up to the expected load for this system. Okay, so this is load testing. There are other types of tests where we are going to go over, but in load testing, what we do is we verify that the hardware that we chosen is not going to be 100% loaded on the expected traffic of the system. Let's say that we expect this system to have 10,000 requests per minute. What load testing is going to give us is going to tell us, okay, 10,000 requests per minute are giving us 70% resource utilization on this setup. Is it good for us? Should we have a little more margin? Should we increase CPU, more cores, make it 60? Or we want to pay a bit less, so go under, make it 90, you understand? The point of load testing is not to break the system, not to do something unexpected out of the system, but to verify that the system performs up to spec. During load testing, what we do monitoring. We check memory, we check CPU, we check error rates, all the things that you can imagine. Next one is stress testing. Now, stress testing also doesn't break the system. That's not the point of the stress test. Stress test is normally used against a predefined expected load, let's say of 80% in this graph. This is the green line. What we do is we start and adding more load, adding load. Let's say we are over capacity now. So now we are going to give some time to the system to breathe. And we will monitor how the system behaves over capacity. So we expect that the system should handle 10,000 requests. Now we are at 150,000 requests, at 15,000 requests. Okay? The system didn't break. Very nice. Increase the load. We start increasing the load, increase. The point of stress testing is to understand what is the upper bound of the system, how much it can actually handle. And then you can do resource scaling, you can define your scaling strategy, and etc. But this is the point of stress testing, to understand the upper bounds of your system. And after the stress test, you're not immediately killing the test. You fall down, you give it some time, and you monitor how the system recovers the resources. The memory started from 6 gigabytes, it became 60. Does it go down to 6 again, or it's 8, or it's 25? So for some reason, we have some memory that was left unclean. The next one is soak testing. Soak, some people call it endurance testing. This one is quite similar to the first one, to the load testing. It's quite similar because here we are putting expected load on the system. The point of the soak test is that we're going to do this for a sustained period of time. We're not going to do this for 5 minutes, for 10 minutes, for one. We're going to do this for 3 days, 1 week. And the point is to understand how the system will evolve over time. Are there going to be any defects that are going to come up in sustained system use? This one is, as you may understand, it could be quite expensive to do. You need to monitor this. If you monitor this for 1 week, how many logs are you going to create? Where are you going to store them? How long are you going to keep them? And so on. And if you need to do this for 1 week and you do this every month, for example, those logs are going to accumulate. Yes, it's nice to have the historical data, but where do you store it eventually? The next one is spike testing. Spike is, contrary to the previous ones, in spike testing, we are going to suddenly increase the traffic. So we are starting from some base level that is also expected, right? We don't start from unexpected traffic. We don't turn the system on, boom, 200, then shut it off. There's no system that works this way. So we start from some expected traffic, and then we do a bump, and we monitor the system. What happened? Then we do another bump, slightly higher one. Then we do another one, again, slightly higher one. So how high should be the bump? Well, previously, we did what? We did stress testing, and we know the upper bound. So we should spike up to the upper bound, right? It makes sense to test the limit, how we are going to behave over the limit. If you see, some of the spikes here are over 100%. Now, in all of the cases that I discussed so far, none of them is breaking the system. The point of those tests is not to break the system. But the next one wants to break the system. Breakpoint testing is similar to stress test, with the very slight difference that we are going to go over. We're going to push it over the edge to see what's going to happen. In breakpoint testing, what we want to do, again, start from a reasonable load and then increase. And we expect the system to break. Now, what's interesting is that what happens after the system breaks. Now, obviously, we are going to immediately lose connection, but this thing here, this plateau, and this point where we start going up again is very interesting, and this is itself a KPI. This is how much time the system needed to recover, if it was able to recover, right? If you design your system to be able to recover, you need to understand in certain kinds of breaks how long it will take to recover. I see that some people are getting cold. There is a window opened on the back of the room, so maybe somebody can close it and save everybody. Thank you. I didn't see that one. Okay, so there was 2 windows. All right, so in breakpoint testing, what's the goal of breaking the system, right? We know that we broke the system. Good. Okay, so what do we understand from this one? So this one gives us the clear understanding on how the system is going to behave when it breaks. And this is going to help us design a recover strategy, implement it, and then verify that it works. At some point, systems break, you know. So what's the comparison between all of them? I did one slide that all of them are put together so people can get perspective on how they look over the same scale, because in the examples, the scale was a bit different. Now you can see how they should look in reality over imaginary system. So, you know, what's interesting about all of those tests is that they make no sense from an application point of view in terms of pure request response. So earlier I mentioned that we want to test business transactions and use cases. I want to log in, I want to check out an item, and I want to purchase it. I want to put it into the shopping basket, and I want to pay for it. And this for me is one flow. How many of these I can handle a minute? How many of these I can handle an hour? Because pure request responses, they make no sense in terms of metric. Oh, my application handles 10,000 requests. Yeah, but the database handles 5. So what do we do with the 9,995 other users that are waiting? So we always need to think about performance in terms of the business metrics. And soaking the application server in the monitoring, we will see that the database doesn't do almost any job. So we have overcapacity there. We can see that the microservices is barely surviving. You know, we have a small microservice. We can see that it's barely surviving over 80% load on the application server. Okay, so there we will probably need to scale horizontally or vertically. We see that the third party is dying. We have an 80% soak test and the phone starts ringing. Guys, what are you doing? Our system is down. You killed us. Well, the third party system cannot handle this. Maybe we should cache here and there. The next one is not measured in, okay, configuration testing is measured in all the 5 ways that we discussed so far. What is configuration testing? Well, configuration testing could include changing the load balancing strategy. You don't change any source code of the system. You don't change anything in how it's deployed, but you change the routing, for example. You change how it's discovered. So what can we do in our system? So let's say that during SOAK testing, we discovered that this server cannot hold. We need another one. If we are going to have sustained use of the system, we will need another one. So what we can do is we can have another instance. We can put load balancer in front. We can interconnect it, obviously, and then we can do the SOAK test again to verify what's going to happen. Now, this, of course, has other implications. We are going to increase the traffic to our third party. We are going to increase the traffic to the internal systems and so on. So far, so good. I want to ask, are there any questions so far? You know how depressing it is to ask this on a camera and no answers. All right, so at least people are laughing at me or with me, I hope. We'll see. Internet testing. This one is kind of unique to web applications and IoT devices that work over the internet. So at any point in time, even if you live well and you're a good person, you will have to do testing over the internet, and it sucks. When you have an application that's accessible from many places, so let's say we're starting from the red dot here in Sofia, and we want our application to be well perceived and performant from a variety of other cities, countries, and etc. So how do we test this application? Well, obviously, if you choose a VPN, you pay the overhead of the VPN, and your results will be skewed. You cannot go to any location with a laptop and test it yourself, I assume. So probably you can buy a service that provides this for you. And this is something that I have some interesting experience with. So we bought such service at one point in time, and everything was beautiful. All of their points of presence were in data centers, where the where the road is huge, multi-lane, thousands of lanes. And our application is behaving perfectly. But we start receiving performance complaints of loading time from UK. I immediately go to my toolset, I verify, see, everything works fine in UK. Customers don't say that. Customers say that the system is slow. So what do we do? VPN is not a real option. You cannot really do that. So eventually we found a machine that is verified to have the problem and RDP'd to it. It was a Windows PC. And we started doing measurements from the machine. And we suddenly realized that it takes 2 seconds to do DNS resolve for the static resources between this machine and the CDN. 2 seconds to resolve the DNS. It turns out that this ISP doesn't like our CDN provider. Okay, how do we fix that? Well, we found another CDN that they like, and we mirrored our content there. Is it cheap? No. What can we do? We can lose customers, or we can find a solution that our software will be provided to them. So this kind of testing is quite tricky to do, and you need to take into account many things. So I'm going to give another example with Lighthouse. I open Lighthouse on my machine, everything's fine. People send me a report that is terrible. Well, the difference is that they didn't do it from DevTools of their browser. They did it in web.dev, which is fine, but our server is in Sofia. And the server that opens the page is somewhere in the East Coast of the United States, you know. So the round trip is completely different thing, and the result is completely different. So internet performance testing is quite challenging and interesting to do. What you can do is you can buy RUM, Real User Monitoring. This gives you the ability to see a sample of your users and how the application is perceived on their side. And obviously there are many providers that do this. You can build your own, by the way, if you have the resources. The point is that you will see not synthetic tests that you do in isolation, because soak testing, stress testing, these are done on your system, but they're done from controlled environment. And for internet application, website, web application, real user monitoring is the best thing that you can have. Now, this was everything related to performance, to metrics, to measure, to monitor. The next thing that I want to say is a bit more abstract. It's about performance that hides. The problem that engineers have when they debug performance is that they're too much in the details. And I'll give you an example again with the UK slowness. We optimized bundle sizes, we measured and optimized server to improve. We did many things. Yeah, but this does not affect the DNS resolve time. So, yes, I improved the application for all the users, but not for the affected ones. It's good that sometimes you need to take a step back, understand how, where, what types of machines. Only then new knowledge will emerge, and you will see through the fog. And then when you go back inside of your world, you will know what to do to fix the issue. I'm going to give you some quick tips. It's very easy to start testing the wrong things. So from my experience, for loops are not the biggest problem to performance, unless they are. But usually the problem is not there. Web applications are very rarely dealing with huge amount of data that is slow to loop through. So probably there is something else that's slow. Now, another thing that you can very easily do badly is for your test to be too expensive to make. So if your testing is expensive, you will do it rarely. You will have more problems every time. The goal for testing is for you to find the middle ground where it's cheap enough to do frequently and it's fast enough for you to identify problems quickly, to have short feedback loop. Like your CI/CD after the pull request is going to tell you your code degrades the main branch, so I cannot merge it, I cannot allow it. Time to market is important. What can you do if your system is slow and you're frustrating your users? Well, you should find a way to make it fast quickly. The example that I gave earlier with the CDN issue, it was quick fix, it was expensive fix, but we addressed the concerns of our users, and that's the most important thing in this case. Time to market. You need to react fast. That's really the most important thing. The best solution is not always the best solution. Yes, we can probably work with the ISP to resolve the issue. Eventually they resolved it. Yes, it took them 3 months. So what? They don't care about you. They have their own issues, their own agenda and so on. You're not their customer. And their customers are not complaining from them, they're complaining from you. You need to find a way to work around this. It's very easy to forget about performance because it's expensive and it's done rarely, performance testing. So don't forget about it. Do it constantly. And also don't set impossible standards. Earlier I was saying a couple of times, business-defined, SLAs, throughput, business-defined SLAs, throughput, and etc. Why am I saying this constantly? If you let an engineer to optimize a system, it will be infinitely fast and it will be infinitely expensive. And no business can sustain infinitely expensive system. Again, performance hides. Caching is not everything, but it really helps. Micro caching also. You know, I've done some questionable things in my life. and one of them is micro-caching on a load balancer. But again, time to market. It fixed the issue quickly, then it was fixed in a much better way. But again, quickly. First, best solution is not the best solution. All right. And again, adjust your expectations. If you have a blog that serves static content, probably it can load in 50 milliseconds. If you have web-based Photoshop, probably it won't load in 50 milliseconds. Next slide is a couple of tools. I'm not doing advertisement of any of them, but if you want to dive into performance, really, they can help. Some of them are paid, some of them are free. Generally, tools that can scan your entire system and give you distributed traces and things like this. Like what they do is that you have a request from an end user, and it gives you the entire path. It says it went through those microservices, this one waited 50 milliseconds, this 150, the DB was locked for X amount of time, this for loop was 300 milliseconds, and so on. Systems that can give you this kind of traces of your entire system, which for microservices-based architectures, service-oriented architectures, is quite important. They're expensive, and there's a reason for that. But you can do a free trial on most of them, and you can see what they can give you, and if you're interested in such a thing. But I want to stress that people who are really passionate about doing software should be doing their own testing tools. And testing tools are, the engineers who build the system are the best people that can tell you how it should be tested and how it could be tested. And you should have your own custom tools to do your own testing. Now, in summary, what are we measuring? Well, we're measuring availability, response time, channel capacity, latency, throughput. How we are measuring? In isolation, with load testing, stress, soak, spike, breakpoint, configuration, internet testing, real user monitoring. How we measure? We establish the baseline, we define the numbers, where we are, where we want to go. We identify the test environment, the performance criteria, plan and design, implement the tests, test, fine-tune, rerun. But we also need to ask the right questions. What is the test performance scope? What subsystems should be included? Do we want to test everything at once? Do we want to test only one unique business transaction? If we have user interfaces, how many concurrent users we need to handle doing X, Y, Z? What is the system workload mix? So we expect 80% of the users to log in, 50 to do checkout, 40 to print invoice, whatever. All of those are subject to load testing, to stress testing, to endurance testings, and so on. I think that's all from me. I have some time for Q&As, and I will put up a slide with the resources while we are checking for questions. I'm missing my moderator here, so I don't know if I will be receiving any online questions. But the resources are really, really nice. The first one is amazing book on networking. Let's see if I... All right, do we have any questions from the audience? Yeah, sure.
Is it feasible to set performance goals based on forward vitals?
The question is very interesting. Is it feasible to set performance goals based on web vitals? Well, the only right answer in computer science is it depends. But to narrow it down a bit, it depends on what is your system and if it's relevant for your system. For example, if your users, and I want to stress this out, if your users are responding well to sites or web applications that are optimized for Web Vitals, yes, most definitely you should do that. But you need to know that. You need to know that, yes, my users respond well to sites that are optimized on this criteria, and I should optimize and test for them. Well, this goes back to testing the right things. What is your target setup? What is your target audience? How many concurrent users you want? Is this relevant for your system? So blindly optimizing Web Vitals for a system that, for example, let's take two applications. A blog could be very well optimized for Web Vitals. A web-based Photoshop most probably doesn't care about Web Vitals. Yeah, I'm gonna wait 5 minutes to what? I don't care. I need to work on it. I will wait, and I will do my job with it. So if it's relevant to your business niche, but this must be, proven. You shouldn't just blindly try to hit 100% of some standard that you found on the internet, even though it's Google's. Do we have other questions? It's very nice to hear people talk. I'm not joking. You don't know how depressing it is to speak to a camera. All right, I don't know how to end the stream. I'll just stop sharing the screen and see what happens. Okay. So if I don't share the screen, you see me. So better to see the resources. I cannot put the resources back. The moderator needs to do that. Do we have access to the stream to see what's actually streaming? By the way, that's all I have for today. If you're waiting for next track, it's fine. I just don't know how to end this one. Thank you very much.
These days, if you don't have an app, you are falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then, when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit, empowering your business to be well-equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at anthill.one.
Interior designers do a lot. Sketching, designing.
A lot of meetings, I'm on site a lot.
I think a lot of people think we paint walls.
Sorry.
Time is really valuable.
Ordering and deliveries.
Oh, schedules.
Charts, emails, spreadsheets.
All these are taking so much time out of the creative part of the work.
Worst thing.
Ooh, spreadsheets.
Way too many emails.
I hate spreadsheets.
I hate spreadsheets.
The world that we're moving into is about empowering people, giving back time.
I can work on a project and then have the other side of the world in another office working on it.
Clippings, they are improving the way we work.
It's taking a lot of the hard work out for us.
It's like a beautiful master schedule.
Just boom, 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 done.
Through design development to site.
It's just like, everything just like comes together, and it's a really good feeling.
Being part of Lab08 is a challenge, a journey, and a pleasure in so many ways.
The best thing about Lab08 are the people around you. Knowing that everyone around you got your back is a pretty great feeling.
At Lab08, you're not just an employee, you're a person that matters. And the coffee is pretty nice.
Feels cozy to work in Lab08. Feels like a place I'm connected with, people I know, place I know.
I think that the biggest breakthrough we did as a team is to cultivate a company culture with a friendly environment. And of course, all the small and not so small problems we managed to solve for all of our customers.
Being a part of Labo8's team is like the rare feeling of being at the right place at the right time. Being surrounded by so many amazing people is awesome.
Because we always make sure we get the best ones on board.
Being a part of Labo8 is something I can easily describe with 2 words: pure joy.
Join Labo8. We have cookies and great products.
News UK Tech is a really dedicated team full of some amazing talent, and I think we always go above and beyond.
The thing I love most about working at News UK is that we are right on the pulse of what people are talking about across the nation, and I find that really exciting.
The biggest reason I joined News UK was the people. Like, I stepped out of every single interview going, I want to work with these guys. They just seem to have just a really wonderful culture and a way of working with each other.
I'm most proud of seeing the growth of everyone in my team. And we've built a really amazing culture that allows the individuals in my team to shine and really do their best.
Why is News UK a good place to work? Well, it's a great place to work, actually. It's the people. The people make it.
There's a real kind of energy and pace of working for a media organisation. Can be a bit crazy at times, but it's never dull.
A media business like this is a digital business. The lifeblood of that is the people that make those digital ideas come to life. You couldn't have a business now without engineers.
I like working at News UK because you're just surrounded by really smart people, and there's so many people to learn from and experts in their field that your learning curve is so steep, and every day's a school day.
If I have one ambition, it's to make our end users, who are the journalists using our tools, to feel excited by them, to say, I did something today that I couldn't do yesterday, and I reached our audience in a new way because of the tools that you and your team built.
We're affecting people's emotions, right? If you imagine sport, for example, it's passion, it's emotion. So being able to make that same kind of depth of feeling happen not just here but across the world, I like being part of that.
We are Ocado Technology, and we have been transforming online grocery through technology and automation. We build cutting-edge solutions using artificial intelligence, machine learning, data science, robotics, cloud technologies, and even Internet of Things. And all of this innovation is born out of 7 development centers across the whole Europe.
The scale of Ocado's ambition is fairly breathtaking. So there's a sense of opportunity to learn, but to contribute and actually make a difference.
We've come from almost nowhere, and we found ways to solve problems that no one else in the world has managed to solve.
What I found it's unique in the Ocado culture is this passion.
The ability to experiment, to check new things.
You have the autonomy to go out and look for different solutions, new solutions. That's what the whole place is about. How can we do it better?
Вече си видим и ето и презентацията ти. Може да започваш.
Hi guys, let's talk about building a house. It's a long, arduous and ultimately bittersweet process that is much more similar to a software engineering project than one might realize. Ideally, it's also very rewarding at the end because you're now living in your dream home, if you've managed to do everything right, that is. So, having recently survived such terrible experience, I can honestly tell you that it's an incredible lesson in humility, among other things. And it actually taught me that I can draw very thin analogies between things which are not that related, and I wouldn't really do it again anytime soon. But speaking of lessons, let's get right into it, shall we? Actually, before we do that, a quick thank you to all of our sponsors for making this amazing event possible. Okay, so let's talk about the value of good architecture. This is where our journey begins. We'll assume you've already somehow purchased your lot and you have permission to build a house on it. Because when it comes to building a house, those are basically the prerequisites. And the other one is good architectural design. It's often overlooked, and we often don't think about the elements of what makes good architecture. It's just another building, right? However, good architecture enhances our daily lives in ways that we can't necessarily predict, understand, or truly appreciate and explain rationally. But what makes the best buildings the best? In my opinion, they are the ones that enhance the productivity and encourage the progress of the people inhabiting them in a few significant ways. First one being pure economics. The best architectural design is one that won't cost too much, but will do the job and meet all of the requirements. This goes beyond aesthetic design because you also have to keep safety in mind. And of course, government regulations, which are a pain in the ass. You also have to keep in mind that the key elements of good architecture is to design a building, to design a space which can house anyone comfortably. And this brings us to number two of the very, very much important architectural aspects, and it's quality of life. If you build a house and then you're extremely unhappy to live in it, you are not proud of the space if it's just four walls, right? Imagine that. If there are no design intricacies, nothing to add any visual or spatial or even perhaps tangible interest to it, your exterior might just be four walls and a door. Not very appealing, is it? Architects, in that sense, they have to think of ways to add, to insert art, creativity, and beauty to what otherwise might be a very boring daily routine. And they have to do that in ways we don't really expect, whether it's some fancy design element on your building's exterior, you know, the ones around the windows, for example, or making sure you have the best possible view from your couch in your living room. These are all, how shall I put it, improvements that they can make on a very basic idea. And it's an improvement to say the least. But ultimately, good architecture goes beyond that, and it also has the power to create stronger communities with healthier neighborhoods and, of course, businesses. If we think about a place like the one we are in right now, it's the Tech Park, which facilitates a lot of companies actually existing. The third aspect of good architecture is creating flow. And by flow, I mean that designing a building for freedom of movement, for efficiency is extremely difficult. Architects generally need to ensure a building's flow makes sense, that the building is easy to move around in, that it's designed to make people's lives more efficient rather than more cumbersome. For example, a well-designed school, they tend to create a better learning environment for the students. Workplaces with good architecture, they experience high productivity. The same is true for your own home. It has to be designed for flow. And the final identifying aspect of good architecture, I think, is that it more or less facilitates societal progress. Because architecture lets our culture progress in a way we can't predict and control. This is a very exciting thing, in my opinion, because if you think about it, without clever new designs and experiments, we would still be living in huts in the forest and clay houses, the same buildings we lived in centuries ago. And this is probably a very good place to note that an architect's job is very difficult. There's a lot to take into account and a lot of pressure to get it right the first time, because unlike in software engineering, you generally don't tend to change a building that easily once built. Of course, at each and every stage in the building process, the vast majority of the real-world requirements will already have been anticipated by the architect, but not all of them, and we're going to discuss some of those problems right now. So moving on to foundation. Not that one. That one is a bit of a disappointment. I don't know if you agree with me, but let's talk about that later. Now we're talking about the foundations of your building. These are vital, to say the least. Let's assume you already have a good architectural project balanced by the real-world concerns of, can the building actually stand from an engineering perspective? We can finally dig into the foundation, pun intended. By definition, it has to carry everything above it. It needs to be able to support it. This is achieved via one thing we call footings, and these can be made from concrete or bricks, or those are the two most commonly used materials. I'm not going to go into pylons, but those are a different case. So we're talking about shallow foundations here, but those actually help distribute the weight of the entire structure vertically into the soil. And regardless of the type of foundation your home will have, whether it's a slab or crawl space or a full basement made out of concrete, for example, it will have to be waterproofed. I'll gloss over the topic of insulation for the time being, but it's quite obvious what we intend with this particular statement. We want to protect our structure from outside influences. And when it comes to walls, this is where you'll finally see your home take some rough shape, but a shape nonetheless. Depending on your taste, preference, and risk tolerance, of course, brick or lumber can be used for the walls, and a variety of materials for the underflooring, the ceilings, and elements like the roof trusses. Those are, the large beams which actually carry the roof on top of them. Generally speaking, though, most people do not want to live in a wooden shack in this day and age, but if that's a preference, just go for it. If you forego building something yourself and choosing all of the materials for the walls, you can actually use a prefabricated solution, so a prefab. This does the job. It actually comes with all of the requirements that we spoke about earlier, including insulation, but more on that later. And this could, in theory, expedite the process of achieving the best possible quality or meeting the weirdest of requirements via custom build, but it never actually equals the quality that you can achieve when you build it yourself. So, much like protecting your foundation, you must also ensure you protect your walls. To keep the elements from the outside going into your home and to keep the heat from your home going out, you obviously have to add some layer of insulation, whether that's rigid foam or some cellulose fiber or mineral wool. There are a lot of choices for that. And I know this sounds a bit like a civil engineering lecture at the moment, but bear with me. If you want to go with the latest and greatest trend, you should probably try a ventilated facade, which is imaged here in my very humble slide. And this actually works in a very interesting way. It allows the insulating layer and an outer leaf to be placed on top of your brick structure, for example, the supporting structure, whatever material is used for that. This separation distance, which is created between the two layers, actually allows a current of air to pass through it, hence ventilated facade. This generates a chimney effect that creates natural ventilation. This effect, by something as simple as convection, actually makes the ventilated facade cooler during the summer and warmer during the winter. And on the other hand, you can go with something cheaper. I wouldn't recommend it though. So enough about protecting walls. Let's talk about the layout of your rooms. There are certain rules. It's something that's both an art and a science, of course. That's why we have interior designers in addition to architects, and it's also a matter of personal taste. After all, do you choose a larger open space or a lot of smaller spaces? There are benefits and drawbacks to both. It's a matter of personal preference, experience, and ultimately, what exactly do you intend to do with that space? Nevertheless, there are certain rules that must be followed regarding the size, shape, angles of the walls. These are well established and generally not to be ignored, or at least to only be ignored if you know exactly what you're doing. Either way, the layout is something you should have probably considered during the architectural phase as well. Most good architects do. They tend to think about ways in which your space will actually be used. Even if you don't have an interior designer attached to your project, you shouldn't have any major issues with where your walls are. So why am I saying all of that? Because believe me, moving walls after they've been built, with all of the wiring and plumbing included, tends to be a lot more expensive than you think. It's not a trivial task, but maybe we can talk about that during the Q&A. So probably another thing that the architect would have considered is exactly where your walls and doors are going to be. It's very important to know where the external ones are located, because, and an architect will know the best places for those. It should be just a matter of leaving, holes in the right places. But a rule of thumb is when you get to this stage, when it comes to windows and doors and where you place them, you need to think about the efficiency of those holes and openings in your walls. Generally speaking, without going into too much detail, your walls and windows are where most of the temperature, whether it's cold or warm, difference is actually lost or gained. So you need to probably invest in energy efficiency here. So especially triple glazing windows, double or triple glazing windows will definitely help lower energy costs. We all know that. So go for those no matter the temperature outside. But moving on to some of the nastier stuff of actually building a house. Eventually you'll get to the point where you actually can install drains, water taps, and run pipes to the bathrooms, the kitchen, the laundry room, stuff like that. This is a good time to install the sewer lines, the vents, any bathtubs if you intend to go for that. And this step can actually be started while you're installing the doors and the windows. After which, when you've sealed the house from the outside, maybe you've put on the roof as well, we'll talk about that. All of the electrical work can also begin. The wires are run through the walls and the ceiling. There are fans, lights, electrical outlets to be connected. There are circuit breakers if your electrician is any good. And all of the internal interfaces at that point are actually completely finished and ready. And we can move on to the finishing touches unless we have actually made a mistake here. Because fixing it now is much easier and cheaper than fixing it later. As I already talked about when I mentioned walls, believe me, I've moved a couple during my house renovation, and it's a lot more difficult to change your wiring before it's been laid down than after. You're going to end up with situations like I did, where when installing the AC bodies inside the building, someone actually managed to punch right through one of my wires. So as you can imagine, that caused a bit of a delay. Next, you can actually start laying the flooring throughout the house. And in my opinion, although your mileage may vary, you should do this step before starting any painting on the walls. And I see some people disagree, but we can talk about that later. The types of flooring are too many to get into, but whatever you choose, I would highly recommend that you cover your new flooring with builder foam or cardboard or plastic to protect it until it's time to move in. It's better this way, trust me. So let's assume you've actually laid down the floor. We're then quite close to the final steps of building your house. At this stage, the walls will have to be painted, or maybe not, depends for the look you're going for. It will start feeling a little more like your home, especially if you've chosen some special colors with meaning for you, or you've chosen something with care and deliberation. And since there is no accounting for taste, I have to mention that you could even have wallpaper put on the walls. That said, you probably shouldn't. And when it comes to finishing touches, at some point after the flooring has been laid down, you can actually install the trim. Trim is a very all-encompassing word. It can be floor trim, it can be ceiling trim, which is called crown molding, and there is of course the trim around the windows, so the window sills. It's a good idea generally to, especially in the horizontal ones, have something there. Paint doesn't usually last long in those places. And at least in my schedule, the vanities and cabinets are the next thing to go in. You generally have two choices: to go with basic prefabricated cabinets, or to go with something high quality custom, or at least custom, which is of course the more expensive option. The full custom ones are a pain in the ass again if they don't exactly fit in your space, despite the person producing them having exact measurements. That can also cause delays, trust me. Next, I would put in the countertops and your appliances in the kitchen. There are, of course, a variety of materials when it comes to countertops. You can use some variation of stone or wood or plastic, PVC. This is a major decision that should not be taken lightly, as a good countertop is, I think, an investment that really pays off if you're actually going to be using that kitchen a lot. If it sees a lot of action, invest in something heavy duty. It's going to survive a lot longer than something soft. The same is valid for building a plant for electrical appliances, of course. High quality brands, they do cost a lot more, but they will probably outlive all of us. I have a fridge in an old house which is actually older than I am. No joke. I'm 31 right now. It's probably 45 or something like that. Of course, it's the infamous brand Mraz. So let's see how long it still keeps ticking. So you have all of your appliances, you have all of your light switches and cables, ideally with electricity going through those because they haven't been ruptured by a drill. So it's time to actually go into a bit of the more stylish and interior design stuff. Light fixtures, outlets and switches, they can be hooked up, they can be as custom as you wish or as generic and plain. Depends on how much money you want to spend, really. Because the plain white ones work just as well as the fancy, expensive smart home ones. So your mileage may vary, but choose your poison. And at some point you're going to want to have a shower, I assume, and this is a good time to install all of the faucets, the shower heads, toilets. There are also other stuff like heating in bathrooms if you actually have central heating. So this is a great time to install all of the small internal items and fixtures in your bathrooms. And of course, along with the bathroom fixtures, you should probably hang some mirrors on your walls. I mean, some people don't like looking at themselves, but let's be honest, we're all a little in love with the way we look. And the mirrors should generally be accounted for in the design of your space quite early on. They should be more or less baked into the layout of the room containing them. So we've gone through this talk a bit quickly, but that just means we'll have a bit more time for questions. What did I learn from this unpleasant experience of building my home? What did these imperfect analogies and stuff I've actually picked out of order for a reason teach me about software engineering? Well, first off, good architecture is invaluable. And in my experience and opinion as a software engineer up until now, the best architecture is the one that evolves naturally with the building itself, in this case, the project you're working on, because unlike a building, you actually have some power to change even the larger modules of your code. However, there are a lot of minute choices that must be made very early on that will be rigid and unchanging. And that means that architecture, in terms of the broad strokes, usually cannot adapt to these new requirements and realities as quickly as something smaller like a class. So you have to make sure to get it right as early as possible, because moving walls down the line is a lot more complicated and expensive, and that's the same for changing core technologies or rewriting entire products. Next, a solid foundation is of course a must-have in all senses of the word, with all possible analogies. You can think of good infrastructure, you can think of that can carry the load of all of your users' requests simultaneously. You should think of an application core that needs 5 nines availability, for example. You can think of a microservices architecture, which is extremely reliable because you can simply swap stuff in and out. And there are a lot of different analogies for a solid foundation that we can find in building a house and building a software project. And we can think of walls and insulation, of course, as your security layer. And all of your systems should ideally have something top of the line protecting them. We should all consider the latest and greatest trends when it comes to securing our applications. Usually it's a matter of following conventions. After all, security is made a lot easier these days, especially on the front end. We have literally 2 things to worry about. When it comes to the back end, of course, it's a bit more complicated, but speaking generally from both perspectives, it's a matter of following conventions and actually spending the time to do proper pen testing. So the layout of your rooms, in my talk at least, follows some established patterns, and so should your application. Just like there are no diagonal walls running across your open space living room and kitchen, ideally, You shouldn't create a Frankenstein of a software design pattern just because you want to or because it's easier. Software design patterns, in general, they are a common language, a common background for all of us. They exist for a reason. They exist so when a new engineer joins your project, they can immediately orient themselves, start contributing right away. Your windows and doors, you can think of them as your home's API. Just like them, you need to consider very carefully what your system's public interfaces will be, as well as the most efficient way for them to transfer data in and out, which is actually the opposite, I admit, to what windows, doors, and heat, etc., as we talked earlier, but you get the point here. There are, I think, a lot more lessons that we can draw from the very limited number of steps I described to building a house. There are very thin analogies, I admit, but we can talk, for example, about internal doors or wiring or pipes in terms of internal communication in a system, in terms of flow control, in terms of layers inside your application core, for example. We can talk about catching and fixing mistakes very early on, testing coverage by something as simple as covering your flow when you lay it down. We can talk about coding style and conventions when it comes to paint or fixtures or shower faucets. And we can talk a lot about custom code versus using existing tools and frameworks. If you think of walls and cabinetry and countertops, custom is usually more expensive, it's usually more time-consuming, but it might just end up being cheaper, more reliable in the long run. That's exactly the same in software engineering, because we build something through great effort without using any custom tool, which doesn't really happen these days, but without any external third-party influences and interferences, that system might actually turn out to be more reliable than something that we've put together with existing tooling. We can even talk about the fact that reflection should be baked into a system very early on, as we mentioned mirrors a couple of minutes ago. So I'd like to talk about the following then. It's a quote by my great colleague Milan Monev, and it goes, my favorite thing about architecture and engineering is that no one would ever consider building a bridge out of cheese. But in software engineering, there is adverse selection, and someone might just think to themselves, yeah, let's build a cheese bridge and see what happens. So, end quote. What's the most valuable lesson you can actually draw from my lecture today? Don't build bridges out of cheese, and you'll get along just fine. So, a few words about me. I am Lubo. I'm a lead engineer at EPAM here in Sofia, Bulgaria. I'm part of the internal One Team initiative. It's a group of incredible people who do everything from conference talks, knowledge sharing sessions internally, to hiking up the nearest mountain, to CSGO tournaments, literature clubs, marathons. So a bunch of interesting people, to put it mildly. So if you want to learn more about One Team or EPAM as a company, do reach out to me and we'll have a chat. That said, I think we'll have quite a bit of time for questions if anyone here in the room has some. Counting the seconds. Yeah, silence usually means no, but feel free to reach out to me, guys. You can find me on LinkedIn and Twitter. And yeah, well, thank you all for listening. Enjoy the rest of your time at this amazing event. And thanks. That's it.
Stripes Bulgaria was founded in 2008 by the Dutch entrepreneur Koen van Wijk. His vision was to create solutions that exceed customer expectations. Since 2014, Stripes is part of the ICT Group in the Netherlands. ICT Group is a stock-listed company on the Amsterdam Stock Exchange and employs more than 1,000 professionals. Since 2017, I have the privilege and honor to drive Stripes forward in the role of CEO. We offer solutions to our clients in digital transformation, smart applications, and infrastructure. Our mission is to build smart solutions that create business impact. We are Stripes.
DataArt is a global software engineering firm with a uniquely human approach to solving problems. We have teams of highly trained engineers with over 20 years of experience. Everyone upholds a deep understanding of the industry sector through ongoing technology research. People first. Relationships are the foundation of long-term value generation. We hire people for the long haul. Projects change, but our employees remain with us. Commitment to people is the main and absolute value for DataArt. DataArt doesn't have a rigid hierarchy with a single leader. The flat and decentralized organizational structure is beneficial to DataArt's flexibility. DataArt's organizational structure is based around projects. We enjoy flexible schedules, vacations, and work locations, both at different developmental sales and centers, or from home. DataArt is built around people who want to earn a living using their professional skills and talents with minimal limitations on their personal freedom. A lot of people are happy to work for DataArt and stay with us for many years. They have the opportunity to learn, gain experience, and grow. Join DataArt.
Every day, we see new technologies, new usage behavior, and new competitors. Everything is constantly changing. Do we give up? Not at all. We're challenging the status quo and ourselves. We're combining the best from linear TV and digital technology. We're striving for excellence in digital product creation. We are changing the game. Because entertainment is in our DNA. We call it entertainment thinking. Driven by audience centricity, we create exciting digital entertainment experiences. We engage our audience like no other. Let's see what we've already achieved and what is still to come. Starting with Fan Worlds, we are taking our most successful TV shows and brands to the next level. We combine TV with a more immersive experience. New interactive features and digital exclusive content blend into a unique online experience. Instead of just watching, our audience becomes part of our shows. That makes us stand out from everybody else. With the new Galileo app, we have taken away traditional distribution channels. We've removed linearity of consumption and distilled the very essence of the brand. With cutting-edge technology, we built an even greater experience around it. That gives Galileo its own digital channel to explain the world with a unique spin. And we've not even reached our limits. Quip is an entertainment product like we've never built before. The exciting digital format created a new genre in entertainment: interactive mobile live shows. More than 1 million app downloads, up to 60,000 concurrent players, speaks for itself. It's already a commercial success, with leading advertising brands on the platform. The new standard for engaging mobile entertainment experiences. Imagine you're sitting in the movies and close your eyes. Welcome to FIO. Narrative storytelling on the next level, but for your ears only. The most immersive audio experience you've ever had. We are setting new content standards with audio storytelling, audio blockbusters, series, documentaries, and more. It's not another podcast, but an audio app unlike any other app. It's FIO. You think that's already crazy? Wait, there is one more thing. We are ready to put a smile on people's faces with comedy they love. With Smile, our new app, you can access the humor you love fast and easy. With a unique content discovery interface that allows you to switch seamlessly between short and long-form content. Finally, we'll bring together what belongs together. Users who love to see exclusive comedy content and talented artists on the rise. We are more innovative, more uncompromising, more creative than ever before. We're always driven by our obsession to create unseen entertainment experiences for our audiences. Ladies and gentlemen, this is entertainment thinking.
Welcome again from JSTalks. Now we are with Anthill team, with Montil and Kirill as partners, and Nikolai, who is our delivery manager. Let's discuss a little bit more about what exactly Anthill is doing and what is important for the community with support from Anthill. Montil, Kirill, can you explain some details why Anthill supports so much our community?
Yeah, sure, Miguel. I can just start with a quick introduction about Anthill, what's the idea behind our brand. I believe most of you guys know us. We are familiar faces in the IT community here. Most of you probably know us with our other brand, which is called Beacon Services, which is called by many probably the best IT and HR consulting company here on the local market. However, we started Anthill 2 years ago with the main idea of building natural bridges that links product businesses, mostly from the United States, from Germany and UK, and linking that businesses with the top senior talent here in Bulgaria and Bulgaria, Ukraine, Eastern Europe as well. Nowadays, we have like 130 software developers on our headcount, which is a rapidly growing number. We are expecting like between 70 and 100 people to join us the next year, considering the projects we currently have. And I believe Kirill, who is mostly responsible for the delivery part, and Nikolai, who is our senior delivery manager, so may tell you a little bit more about the current projects also we have.
Yeah, thank you. I can elaborate something about our name, because many people ask us from where Anthill is inspiring as a brand. It's coming from the ants, which is one of the most complex organism and provides one of the most agile way of work. If you know some fun facts, that they even can weight 50 times their own weight and 100 times their own mass. They exist almost everywhere with 12,000 species. So many of these facts we managed to incorporate in our culture, our goals, our objectives, how we understand even the human capital in Anthill, how we roll out with projects mainly in US, DACH region and UK. So it's very glad to be part of JSTalks again as one of the key contributors here. I would say that that's the best opportunity for people with experience, even for those with less experience, to acquire better awareness for the best practices, and also to learn more about all the tech trends directly from the community. So, Nikki, if you want to share some details about our recent project and what we're looking for now.
Thank you, Kirill. One of the things that we treasure at Anthill a lot is the value that we bring to the clients. So we don't treat clients as just some partner that we work on a temporary basis, but as a valuable partnership where we can understand the domain of the client and bring actual added value to his projects. We focus in several areas. One of them is insurance. The other is medical services, and also we have a lot of experience in the managing private and hybrid cloud environments. We work with various set of technologies, and we are open to requiring new skills. I'm not going to repeat all the technology stacks that all companies do nowadays. But again, it's not about the technology, it's about the value that we give the customers.
Yeah. You still have a chance to stop by at our stand, JSTalks in Tech Park, Sofia. We have a lot of raffles, merchandise,
and beer.
and a lot of beer. Yeah, of course, that was I supposed to say.
Michael, actually, getting back to your question about the influence and the impact JSTalks is having, I remember like 2 years ago, the JSTalks, which was taking place in 2019. Yeah, 19. You know that we are in the businesses of building, growing, and providing mostly, actually not mostly, 100% of our projects are totally dedicated to the product. So we are collaborating mostly with product companies. So back in these days, we've been just recently opened our new project for second largest, I'm not sure if I can mention any names here, but for the second largest German media back in time. So JSTalks helped us a lot to make the necessary employer brand awareness on the market. So that helped us a lot to build a team of like 50 people, let's say in like 7-8 months, and the JSTalk impact had.
JSTalks team and community appreciate very high this, and also, of course, we appreciate your support. So thank you very much for the support, and hope that we will have many other events together, and we will have a lot of interesting content for our community.
Thank you.
Way to go. Thank you.
Thanks.
These days, if you don't have an app, you are falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then, when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit, empowering your business to be well-equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at anthill.one.
Interior designers do a lot. Sketching, designing.
A lot of meetings, I'm on site a lot.
I think a lot of people think we paint walls.
Sorry.
Time is really valuable.
Ordering and deliveries.
Oh, schedules.
Charts, emails, spreadsheets.
All these are taking so much time out of the creative part of the work.
Worst thing.
Oh, spreadsheets.
Way too many emails.
I hate spreadsheets.
I hate spreadsheets.
The world that we're moving into is about empowering people, giving back time.
I can work on a project and then have the other side of the world in another office working on it.
Clippings, they are improving the way we work.
It's taking a lot of the hard work out for us. It's like a beautiful master schedule.
Just boom, 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 done.
Through design development to site.
It's just like everything just like comes together, and it's a really good feeling.
Welcome again with JSTalks. Now we are with one of the most well-known people from Bulgarian IT community and especially JS community, Boris Simandov. Bob is general manager of VIA, and we are really glad that VIA supports our event. Bobby has amazing story about all his expertise and background, how he grew and did everything around himself. But now we will talk mostly about VIA and community. Why VIA support our community?
Yes, that's first. Thank you so much for having me here. My pleasure being here for, I don't know, what is it the 7th or 8th time?
Seventh edition of JSTalks. By the way, Bob is one of the co-founders of the organization of JSTalks. Yeah.
Of course, we do, and some other super cool guys. About VIA, yes, it's for us it's extremely important to be here, mostly because we are using a lot of GS technologies in our technology stack. And definitely, if you're looking for great talent, or if you want to, show off some of the things that you're doing, this is the best place in Bulgaria at the moment. JavaScript conference was this conference was, I think, one of the biggest conferences in Bulgaria before COVID time, right?
Yep.
Like presence. We used to have like 2,000 people back in the days.
Nearly 1,800 people in 2019.
Yes, which is absolutely mind-blowing for the size of the Bulgarian in this IT industry, and I believe next year it will be even better.
We will do the best.
Absolutely, definitely, for me, it's very important to talk to people as we are talking right now, face to face, and this is the only way to do good networking.
Absolutely, and it is probably very important for people to have some insights from your side about future of JS technologies, because despite that you are general manager, you are one of the people with very deep experience in technology, and you know very well the trends. So can you share your opinion about future of JavaScript technology?
I think it's obvious that we now talk not only JavaScript. Most of the code that is written in JavaScript has been transformed and migrated to TypeScript, and that's obvious. And I would definitely say if you are not using TypeScript at the moment, you should start using TypeScript, because it will protect you from multiple mistakes that you may make in production. It's for me, it's a better technology. That's something that it's extremely important. The trend now is really interesting, because we see again some kind of transformation of the entire web stack or front-end web stack. I believe React is one of the most popular front-end frameworks or technologies, is almost at the end of some kind of a development, and it remains to be seen something new that is happening very soon. I also look in technologies like Flutter, which is based on Dart, is very close to Java, between JavaScript and Java technology language by the guys from Google, and it's really interesting. So one of the coolest things about this conference here is that we don't talk and we don't speak only about JavaScript. Usually it's a broader conversation. We talk about any kind of technology, back-end technologies, front-end technologies. So this is one of the really interesting things about this conference.
What we can expect from VIA at JavaScript conferences, and especially at JSTalks?
I think we have 2 or 3 sessions. Some of our guys, Christo will talk about some interesting.
And
Momchil, yes. So definitely you should have a check on the online stream if you're not here, or even face to face in the venue.
Yeah, thank you very much, and hope that we will have many good moments with VIA at our events.
Absolutely. Looking forward to see each other.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Being part of Labo 8 is a challenge, a journey, and a pleasure in so many ways.
The best thing about Labo 8 are the people around you. Knowing that everyone around you got your back is a pretty great feeling.
At Labo 8, you're not just an employee, you're a person that matters. And the coffee is pretty nice.
Feels cozy to work in Labo 8. Feels like a place I'm connected with, people I know, place I know.
I think that the biggest breakthrough we did as a team is to cultivate a company culture with a friendly environment. And of course, all the small and not so small problems we managed to solve for our customers.
Being a part of Labo 8's team is like the rare feeling of being at the right place at the right time. Being surrounded by so many amazing people is awesome.
Because we always make sure we get the best ones on board.
Being a part of Labo 8 is something I can easily describe with 2 words: pure joy.
Join Labo 8. We have cookies and great product.
News UK Tech is a really dedicated team full of some amazing talent, and I think we always go above and beyond.
The thing I love most about working at News UK is that we are right on the pulse of what people are talking about across the nation, and I find that really exciting.
The biggest reason I joined News UK was the people. Like, I stepped out of every single interview going, I want to work with these guys. They just seem to have just a really wonderful culture and a way of working with each other.
I'm most proud of seeing the growth of everyone in my team. And we've built a really amazing culture that allows the individuals in my team to shine and really do their best.
Why is News UK a good place to work? Well, it's a great place to work, actually. It's the people. The people make it.
There's a real kind of energy and pace of working for a media organisation. Can be a bit crazy at times, but it's never dull.
A media business like this is a digital business. The lifeblood of that is the people that make those digital ideas come to life. You couldn't have a business now without engineers.
I like working at News UK because you're just surrounded by really smart people, and there's so many people to learn from and experts in their field that your learning curve is so steep, and every day's a school day.
If I have one ambition, it's to make our end users, who are the journalists using our tools, to feel excited by them, to say, I did something today that I couldn't do yesterday, and I reached our audience in a new way because of the tools that you and your team built.
We're affecting people's emotions, right? If you imagine sport, for example, it's passion, it's emotion. So being able to make that same kind of depth of feeling happen not just here but across the world, I like being part of that.
We are Ocado Technology, and we have been transforming online grocery through technology and automation. We build cutting-edge solutions using artificial intelligence, machine learning, data science, robotics, cloud technologies, and even Internet of Things. And all of this innovation is born out of 7 development centers across the whole Europe.
The scale of Ocado's ambition is fairly breathtaking. So there's a sense of opportunity to learn, but to contribute and actually make a difference.
We've come from almost nowhere, and we found ways to solve problems that no one else in the world has managed to solve.
What I found it's unique in the Ocado culture is this passion.
The ability to experiment, to check new things.
You have the autonomy to go out and look for different solutions, new solutions. That's what the whole place is about. How can we do it better?
Stripes Bulgaria was founded in 2008 by the Dutch entrepreneur Koen van Wijk. His vision was to create solutions that exceed customer expectations. Since 2014, Stripes is part of the ICT Group in the Netherlands. ICT Group is a stock-listed company on the Amsterdam Stock Exchange and employs more than 1,000 professionals. Since 2017, I have the privilege and honor to drive Stripes forward in the role of CEO. We offer solutions to our clients in digital transformation, smart applications, and infrastructure. Our mission is to build smart solutions that create business impact. We are Stripes.
DataArt is a global software engineering firm with a uniquely human approach to solving problems. We have teams of highly trained engineers with over 20 years of experience. Everyone upholds a deep understanding of the industry sector through ongoing technology research. People first. Relationships are the foundation of long-term value generation. We hire people for the long haul. Projects change, but our employees remain with us. Commitment to people is the main and absolute value for DataArt. DataArt doesn't have a rigid hierarchy with a single leader. The flat and decentralized organizational structure is beneficial to DataArt's flexibility. DataArt's organizational structure is based around projects. We enjoy flexible schedules, vacations, and work locations, both at different developmental sales and centers, or from home. DataArt is built around people who want to earn a living using their professional skills and talents with minimal limitations on their personal freedom. A lot of people are happy to work for DataArt and stay with us for many years. They have the opportunity to learn, gain experience, and grow. Join DataArt.
Здравейте отново от JSTalks. Тук сме с Динко Танев, който е един от най-добре позиционираните в нашото комюнити хора от дълго време. Подкрепя различни събития. Ние се знаеме с Динко от много години, може би повече от 10. Той е човек, който е създал няколко успешни компании и сега като фаундър на Lab08, Динко е един от хората, които направиха много, за да бъде това събитие осъществено. Имам предвид JSTalks. Добре дошъл, Динко.
Благодаря ти, Мишо. Добре заварил.
Много се радваме, че си тук с нас и бихме искали да споделиш с участниците на събитието малко повече за Lab08, какво правите, какво е интересно и защо подкрепяте JSTalks.
Естествено. Lab08 е една от младите компании в България. Вече сме на 3 години и половина. Развиваме се така управляемо, мога да кажа. Почти 40 човека сме. Това, което правим е Software Services. Правим го за скандинавските държави. Нашето минало е свързано с продуктовия бизнес, Software Product бизнеса. Правихме SaaS като продукт с бизнес модел. И в момента всъщност помагаме на други скандинавски скейлъпи и стартъпи да изградат по правилен начин продуктите, които имат. Общо взето ползваме най-различни технологии, може да си представите, в момента не сме в Microsoft света, но скоро може би и това ще стане. Като наистина JSTalks е интересно събитие, JavaScript технологиите знаеме как се разпростират из различния софтуерен стак. Като цяло това е комюнити, в които ние определено искаме да инвестираме. Опитваме се да правим и knowledge sharing, наши хора да говорят по различни събития за това как използваме технологиите, JavaScript и не само. Дори съвсем скоро се надявам около нова година да пуснем и една open source библиотека, неща, които използваме вътрешно в Laba. И като цяло поздравления за организацията на събитието, защото това е много хубаво, че може да се видим с голяма част от комюнитито на живо. Трябва да имаш и модерно топки, трябва да имаш, за да направиш такова събитие.
Благодаря много за това, че подкрепяте събитието и може би все пак е хубаво да кажеш малко повече какво да очакваме от Lab08 в бъдеще. Ти го каза частично, но може би малко повече.
Lab08 очакваме наистина да взимаме скейлъпи компании, които с по-интересни, както и от технологично естество продукти. В момента изграждаме мобилен екип за Mobile First клиенти, имаме такива и интересите ни са насочени изключително много натам. Разрастват се, смея да твърда, че предлагаме доста добри DevOps услуги също така. Разширяваме и този си департмент, но нещото, с което може би най-много се отличаваме, това е Product Management Services. Смея да твърда, че малко компании в България се отличават с подобни услуги, да ги правят на наистина добро ниво. В повечето случаи става въпрос за координационна функция, докато ние се опитваме наистина стратегически да влеземе и да помагаме на нашите клиенти.
Това е много важно, понеже има няколко области от нашата IT индустрия, където наистина имаме нужда не просто от повече специалисти, а и от по-задълбочена експертиза. Продукт менеджмент е точно една от тези области.
Много важно за нас е наистина като онбордваме даден клиент. Например, има случаи, в които е домен, който ние не познаваме. Това е изключително важно, да опознаем добре домейна, самата екосистема, компетиторите на нашия клиент, потребителите на техния софтуер. Наистина не само продукт менеджерите дори и продукт оунърите, но и самият технологичен екип. Да си дава сметка какъв е смисъла на това, което реално правим. В противен случай ние само екзекютваме таска.
Може би ще е интересно в някои от следващите конференции да чуем презентации от Lab08, свързани с тези неща.
Абсолютно е възможно, както ти казвах, ние шерваме knowledge.
Чудесно, много се радвам, че сте тук. Мерси много, че откликна и на тази покана, да имаме този кратък Q&A в ефир и се надявам да имаме още много моменти заедно, успешни и интересни. Благодаря.
На тебе на събитието.
Every day, we see new technologies, new usage behavior, and new competitors. Everything is constantly changing. Do we give up? Not at all. We're challenging the status quo and ourselves. We're combining the best from linear TV and digital technology. We're striving for excellence in digital product creation. We are changing the game. Because entertainment is in our DNA. We call it entertainment thinking. Driven by audience centricity, we create exciting digital entertainment experiences. We engage our audience like no other. Let's see what we've already achieved and what is still to come. Starting with Fan Worlds, we are taking our most successful TV shows and brands to the next level. We combine TV with a more immersive experience. New interactive features and digital exclusive content blend into a unique online experience. Instead of just watching, our audience becomes part of our shows. That makes us stand out from everybody else. With the new Galileo app, we have taken away traditional distribution channels. We removed linearity of consumption and distilled the very essence of the brand. With cutting-edge technology, we built an even greater experience around it. That gives Galileo its own digital channel to explain the world with a unique spin. And we've not even reached our limits. Quip is an entertainment product like we've never built before. The exciting digital format created a new genre in entertainment: interactive mobile live shows. More than 1 million app downloads, up to 60,000 concurrent players, speaks for itself. It's already a commercial success, with leading advertising brands on the platform. The new standard for engaging mobile entertainment experiences. Imagine you're sitting in the movies and close your eyes. Welcome to FIO. Narrative storytelling on the next level, but for your ears only. The most immersive audio experience you've ever had. We are setting new content standards with audio storytelling, audio blockbusters, series, documentaries, and more. It's not another podcast, but an audio app unlike any other app. It's FIO. You think that's already crazy? Wait, there is one more thing. We are ready to put a smile on people's faces with comedy they love. With Smile, our new app, you can access the humor you love fast and easy. With a unique content discovery interface that allows you to switch seamlessly between short and long-form content. Finally, we'll bring together what belongs together. Users who love to see exclusive comedy content and talented artists on the rise. We are more innovative, more uncompromising, more creative than ever before. We're always driven by our obsession to create unseen entertainment experiences for our audiences. Ladies and gentlemen, this is entertainment thinking.
These days, if you don't have an app, you're falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then, when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit, empowering your business to be well-equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at anthill.one.
Interior designers do a lot. Sketching, designing.
A lot of meetings, I'm on site a lot.
I think a lot of people think we paint walls.
Sorry. Time is really valuable.
Ordering and deliveries.
Oh, schedules.
Charts, emails, spreadsheets.
All these are taking so much time out of the creative part of the work.
Worst thing.
Oh, spreadsheets.
Way too many emails.
I hate spreadsheets.
I hate spreadsheets.
The world that we're moving into is about empowering people, giving back time.
I can work on a project and then have the other side of the world in another office working on it.
Clippings, they are improving the way we work.
It's taking a lot of the hard work out for us. It's like a beautiful master schedule.
Just boom, 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 done.
Through design development to site.
It's just like everything just like comes together, and it's a really good feeling.
Being part of Lab08 is a challenge, a journey, and a pleasure in so many ways.
The best thing about Lab08 are the people around you. Knowing that everyone around you got your back is a pretty great feeling.
At Lab08, you are not just an employee, you're a person that matters. And the coffee is pretty nice.
Feels cozy to work in Lab08.
Feels like a place I'm connected with, people I know, place I know.
I think that the biggest breakthrough we did as a team is to cultivate a company culture with a friendly environment. And of course, all the small and not so small problems we managed to solve for all of our customers.
Being a part of Labo8's team is like the rare feeling of being at the right place at the right time. Being surrounded by so many amazing people is awesome.
Because we always make sure we get the best ones on board.
Being a part of Labo8 is something I can easily describe with 2 words: pure joy.
Join Labo8. We have cookies and great products.
News UK Tech is a really dedicated team full of some amazing talent, and I think we always go above and beyond.
The thing I love most about working at News UK is that we are right on the pulse of what people are talking about across the nation, and I find that really exciting.
The biggest reason I joined News UK was the people. Like, I stepped out of every single interview going, I want to work with these guys. They just seem to have just a really wonderful culture and a way of working with each other.
I'm most proud of seeing the growth of everyone in my team. And we've built a really amazing culture that allows the individuals in my team to shine and really do their best.
Why is News UK a good place to work? Well, it's a great place to work, actually. It's the people. The people make it.
There's a real kind of energy and pace of working for a media organisation. Can be a bit crazy at times, but it's never dull.
A media business like this is a digital business. The lifeblood of that is the people that make those digital ideas come to life. You couldn't have a business now without engineers.
I like working at News UK because you're just surrounded by really smart people, and there's so many people to learn from and experts in their field that your learning curve is so steep, and every day's a school day.
If I have one ambition, it's to make our end users, who are the journalists using our tools, to feel excited by them, to say, I did something today that I couldn't do yesterday, and I reached our audience in a new way because of the tools that you and your team built.
We're affecting people's emotions, right? If you imagine sport, for example, it's passion, it's emotion. So being able to make that same kind of depth of feeling happen not just here but across the world, I like being part of that.
We are Ocado Technology, and we have been transforming online grocery through technology and automation. We build cutting-edge solutions using artificial intelligence, machine learning, data science, robotics, cloud technologies, and even Internet of Things. And all of this innovation is born out of 7 development centers across the whole Europe.
The scale of Ocado's ambition is fairly breathtaking. So there's a sense of opportunity to learn, but to contribute and actually make a difference.
We've come from almost nowhere, and we found ways to solve problems that no one else in the world has managed to solve.
What I found it's unique in the Ocado culture is this passion.
The ability to experiment, to check new things.
You have the autonomy to go out and look for different solutions, new solutions. That's what the whole place is about. How can we do it better?
Hello. I hope you hear me now.
Yes, I can hear you now.
All right. All right. How about we start? Let me introduce myself. My name is Anton Vidishev. I work as a CTO, Chief Technology Officer at Anthill, Ukraine. I'll be speaking about the bots today. Well, unfortunately, I'm sitting here in Odessa doing an online presentation. I was in airport on Thursday. Unfortunately, couldn't fly to Bulgaria. The borders are closed, so I cannot see you in person. But anyways, I prepared an interesting session for you. And so how about we start it? I will share my screen. And this is going to be the first time I'm doing that in Restream. So hopefully you see it. And if I have troubles and look like your granddad who just installed TikTok and doesn't understand anything looking like that, don't get angry. I will try to cope with that. So is my screen shared now? Do you see the title slide? If anybody can confirm. Hello? Yes, you do see it, and I see myself. Great. It was easier than I thought. Today we are going to talk about the bots. As well, in many cases, many people think that bots are the new apps now because, well, in the world of the applications, you do not want to install dozens of applications to your phone, then seek for an application to do a simple thing. like, well, order a pizza or check the status of something like a flight, the weather app, whatever app you may imagine. It is much easier to have an assistant in the phone to give a command and have an answer. And the bots are getting more and more popular, and I'm sure you're using several of those. And so in my experience, I have been developing different bots, mostly for business and for the corporate segment, like the company bot, who is covering the stuff like the meeting room booking, parking slots booking, Q&A, answering simple questions like, well, how to install a printer, how to create a ticket, where's the link to something to track my vacations or whatever it is. And so from my experience, I would like to share how easy it is and well, encourage you to try this in JavaScript. I'll be speaking about a lot of things. So I'll introduce a bot framework, like the main framework that I'm using, how to create a bot, how to deploy it, and a lot of stuff is going to be about machine learning to the bot. How are you going to make it smart? How are you going to improve the way bots understands your customers and things like that? Hopefully there will be, there will be a lot of stuff here. Hopefully you will find this useful. Okay, this is what we are going to speak about today. And so let's start with the bot framework. I will describe it a little bit, and then we will jump into the demos. But important things that I need to say about the bot framework. So, well, first of all, this is Microsoft Bot Framework. And, well, I have seen many times that JavaScript developers, when they hear the word Microsoft, they're like vampires seeing the sunlight. Well, in reality, I think that those times passed, well, years, if not decade ago. Well, Microsoft developed TypeScript. A lot of things that Microsoft is doing is open source. And this is one of the things. Bot Framework is the open source framework which supports Node.js, C#, Python, and Java. You can develop in any language. It's open source. It's on GitHub. You can see the source code. So nothing proprietary about that. And you can take this. It has excellent documentation. And, well, as an ex-Microsoft developer who started career as the C# developer, I can say that, well, Microsoft was always caring about the developers and bringing the documentation. So I will show you some of the examples today, but you will see that, well, they try hard to bring all the information for the new developers for a great jumpstart. And so the tutorials, the quick starts are great and will let you create your first bot in minutes, like we will look into that today. As well, there's dozens and dozens of examples on both JavaScript and TypeScript, where when you are not familiar with the framework, you don't know how to put the dialogues together, well, there will be a sample which you're going to open, see how it works, well, copy paste for a start, but then learn the framework more and more. The important thing about the bot framework as well is that it's not only a simple framework that is going to let you create like a messenger chat or a Telegram chat. It supports a lot of text and non-text channels. And by non-text, I mean, well, you can speak on Skype or on your cell phone with the bot. Your speech will be translated to the text, sent to the same bot that you developed for any channel, like for Telegram or anything else. And when the answer is ready, it is going to be processed by a Bing speech to text, the same text to speech, which is similar to what you have in Windows, which is reading you stuff. And you're going to speak with the same bot that you are speaking in the Telegram, let's say. So it is important to understand that you're developing one bot for a lot of channels, which is like a multi-platform application. Well, which is great that you don't have to develop like 3 bots or 4 bots. The bot itself can be deployed anywhere, but it works best in Azure, and there's a lot of services in Azure that help you with additional services, but well, you're not allowed to. There's one small thing that should be deployed in Azure. We will look into that, but in reality, like deploy in DigitalOcean in your data center, Google Cloud, Amazon, whatever you prefer for your deployments. As well, there's an out-of-box support of Azure Cognitive Services. There are great 15 services which are great for the bots, but well, there's much more into that, which are the services around machine learning for people who do not know machine learning very well, who didn't learn that much math in school, who don't know Python, but you still can do image recognition, language processing, a lot of different stuff, just training the model for beginners, let's say, but still you will achieve your goal without like building your own models from the scratch, which is quite interesting and exciting, and I'm going to show it to you today. All right, so this is it. One more slide before we do the demos. I will show you how to create a bot. This is the latest slide from Microsoft, how they see the ecosystem. So you can see that your assistant in the middle is actually like your bot written in the bot framework. You have a lot of cognitive services around, so that may be speech, vision, language understanding, Q&A. So they encourage you to use a lot of these things. So your bot isn't just like send a command, get the reply, and that's it. So you can communicate with it like with a human being. It is connected to the left with the bot service, which allows you to do a lot of stuff. First of all, there's a lot of channels where it is going to be like a facade for the messages. So you just put in like Slack, okay, Telegram, okay, Messenger, okay, Alexa, okay, they all are going to communicate with the same code. The same thing goes with the devices, where like you can use the bot from the mobile app, let's say, for like assisting for your app. And to the right, you see that, well, it dispatches some functionality to work with anything, like it can process the manuals, data sources, general knowledge, and it can connect to different other bots. So there's a concept of the skill, which you connect, like this is a bot that can connect to the other bot. So you can have like a skill of sending an email, a skill of the task, of the calendar, and like your bot can handle that like Cortana, Alexa, Siri do all together. Like you may do a ton of things, and depending on what you asked, you're going to be sent to the particular skill and do what you are asked. Okay, so it's the demo time. I will close the presentation now and show you some stuff. We'll create a new bot. We will test a bot locally. We'll look at the samples and look how it is deployed. Okay, so it looks like, all right. So what I am going to do, and I have 2 screens, so hopefully I can manage that and show you everything on the needed screen. Okay, so there's like the bot framework main page. There's a lot of documentation, stuff with the quick starts, things like that. I will share it later. There's the documentation on what to do regarding the tutorial, samples, a lot of stuff. First of all, create a basic bot, and you can see that, well, C#, JavaScript, Python. Well, we need JavaScript. And you can see that what is asked here to do, well, create the directory, the folder for your bots, install NPA, install Yeoman. I don't know whether you used Yeoman before or not. This is a scaffolding tool which can generate an application from the templates. This is what is used here. So It is installed, and I also need to install the generator bot builder, which is a set of templates for Yeoman. Well, it is going to be installed. So when I do that, I have this bots directory. I have one bot already. And actually what I can do now, well, I will be moving the screens. Everything opens on my first screen. Sorry for that. So in order to create a bot, I can use Yeoman and write yo bot, bot builder. Okay, so the generator just started. What we're going to do, JSTalks 2021 bot. This is going to be his name, whatever it is. What it will do, demonstrate a bot in JavaScript is what it is going to do. Is it a JavaScript or TypeScript? I can pick what I like more. Well, let that be JavaScript. And I have 3 different templates. So just an empty bot is, well, an empty solution with nothing there. An echo bot is a simple one, which is going to, when you write him something, is going to write this, echo it back. The core bot is, well, more complicated template, which has everything for the machine learning and things like that, more complicated template. So all right, looking good. I will take the echo bot. It will be easier to show. Shall I go ahead and create your new bot? Yes, please. All right. All right, your new bot is ready. So it was JSTalks bot. And if I, by the way, look here, okay, here we go. We have our bot. Let's look what it does. Open the Visual Studio Code. Oops, here we go. Yes, I trust the author. The author is myself. All right, so this is a bot. Let's see what we have here. We have some packages. Well, there is index. Well, actually, it's using Restify, as you may see. A little bit of startup things that are here. And we have a bot. You can see that there are some events that we subscribe to. And on members added, so when the communication with the bot starts, it is going to send the welcome text. This is hello and welcome. So there's a message factory which prepares the text and sends the activity. And you can see, well, welcome text, comma, welcome text. You may think, well, how stupid it is. Why do you give the same thing twice here? Couldn't it just be text, welcome text? But actually, the way the text works, the first parameter is if you are using a text messenger, that's going to be a text. And the second one is the speech. It may be different because, well, for the text, that may be a rich text, right? And you don't want to read some stuff like image SRC or, well, markdown stuff. So that you have those 2 parameters. So you can see, well, hello and welcome happens here. And on message, we get the context. We prepare the reply text, echo context activity text. This is where we get the text. And we reply that back. So this is it. This is what the bot does. There is an important thing about it. This is the environment variables, and you can see there's the Microsoft App ID and Microsoft App password here. I will talk about this later, but this is important. This is something that you need to consider. So as well, what we have here, well, our favorite node modules folder, and there's the deployment templates. If you want to configure the CI/CD or deploy from the console, this JSON files are Azure Resource Management templates, which allow you to deploy to Azure automatically. So you're going to use them if you are using Azure for this stuff. Okay, so this is basically it. So what I would like to do now is do npm install for the packages. Okay, we have the stuff, and I will do npm start. I think I'm cool. I think I'm good now. Actually, my bot is running already. It is on the port 3978. And this is the REST API in the special format that supports different channels for communication. First of all, I want to test that. And the thing I'm going to do is run the bot framework emulator. You don't see, I just ran the start button, and I'm loading the emulator, bot framework emulator. I will install the update later, but this is the name of the tool, which helps to
And now can you hear me? Anton?
We're not able to hear you and we're trying to contact you. Do you hear me?
Hello. You should hear me now.
Yes, yes.
Oh, how long time
About
ago
5 minutes.
Oh, I'm sorry for that. Actually, what happened, my headset wasn't receiving the input sound, so it went to sleep. I'm so sorry. All right, but I hope that we covered that there are samples. I was showing that like npm start, I'm going to change the volume from time to time to keep it alive. Sorry for that. This is because I'm streaming from the browser. Things happen. Thank you, Kirill, for that you dialed me and wrote a message. Otherwise, I'll be speaking for 30 minutes to myself. All right. So we wrap the thing up that there are a lot of samples. npm install npa start for every sample. We have the emulator, and we're good to go. Test it. For the Azure, I said, and this is what I was trying to show here as well. There is this file, right? .env. Those two things are important. Microsoft App ID and Microsoft App Password. When you are in Azure world, if you have an application, this application may connect to different resources. It can connect, like, let me give you the sample. The bot that I was developing for the company I worked in was finding a spare meeting room which is available, and so that you could book it quickly. And if you like the meeting room, you click it, you book it. For those crazy times when people were visiting the offices, everybody was in the office, shake their hands, went to the meeting rooms. A lot of companies had a meeting room hell. Like, where do you find the available meeting room? They're all booked. So this is what happened, right? So my bot had to go to the Office 365. It had to query the room's calendars, look what are the time slots, and if there's a right room, he had to send the invitation. And in order to do that, you have to have the authority to do this, right? You have to be authenticated and authorized to open a calendar. It can be anonymous because, well, you don't want to show your calendars to the world, right? So you have a concept of app registration. It is like a login for a user, but this is actually for a bot or in any application. So this is like the app principle, which has app ID is your login and app password is your password. And this is what you need to register. In order to have it, you can write app registrations. And this is what I did. When I created this, I have this registration. And if I look at this, I have my application ID, which I'm going to copy. And I also have the secret, which is hidden. And I cannot use it. Like, the only time I can see it is when I create it. So, or I can just like discard old password and create the new password. This is what I can do. I cannot see the password again after the creation, but the important thing, in order to make all this happen, I have the app registration in order for the bot to be deployed in the Azure. All right, so bot resource group. What we have here, this is a simple app service created, like you deploy every web app like this. Nothing new here. App service is just a simple, this is the hosting plan for your application. And the interesting thing here is like the chatbot itself. This is what I need to use when I deploy it. So there's a bot. I can upload a picture. I can name it. That's a simple name. In the configuration, the important thing is what I give it to him is the messaging endpoint. So I deployed the bot. This is its name, just like I had the localhost.3978. So like this is the endpoint. Application Insights is a neat tool for monitoring. This session is not about this, but this is actually all the configuration after creating and giving a proper application ID. And your application ID has to be in the config file in .env before deployment. Like this is it. Then when you want to configure this, like these are the channels. You deployed it once. This is a web chat. You can see that like this is healthy. I can also test it in the web chat. Let's switch here. He says hello and welcome. I say hey. He says echo hey. Like the same bot I just created. I can test that everything's working. And here I can add the channels, whatever the channel is. I do it through that. You see there's a lot of channels, which is great. So like for the Facebook, Skype, Slack, Telegram, Teams, of course. Great that you can do it. Direct line speech, Alexa are great things for the speech. You can see that, well, there is a lot of channels that you want to see here. It's not here. Let's say, well, WhatsApp is not here. This is not about the problem with the Microsoft, but more like WhatsApp is not very much about bots. They have WhatsApp for Business that provides the API, and you can find the custom adapter that you can use. But it's not here. The important thing here is the direct line. Why do you need this? This is the REST API communicating directly with the bot. It is needed for two things. First thing is if you develop an application, let's say it's a mobile app, and you want to make a completely custom interface for communication. So you will have your own text boxes, and you want to control what you send and what you show and how you show it, right? You can use the direct line. The second thing where you use the direct line, you can write this custom adapter, which is going to communicate with the direct line, like for the WhatsApp. Those connectors available for the WhatsApp, you bring them in, and they actually are communicating with the direct line and translating it to the language of WhatsApp API. So this is actually what happens. Okay, so this is what you have. This is what I wanted to tell about this. And let's say Telegram. I want to create a bot. Like, how do I make this bot work with Telegram? I will try to save some time for the machine learning part because we are almost 40 minutes into the session. But you need the access token. Well, where do I get this access token? Step-by-step instructions. Let us see. Connect a bot to Telegram. And this is, by the way, my favorite way how you do that. So you should find a bot which is called a bot father. You find this bot father and you start speaking with this. Okay, it has the commands. You're going to say new bot. What is the name is going to be, the handle if it is still available, right? And after you do these things, you are going to get this token, right? So you copy this token, you go here, you copy this token and press save. Here we go. You have this bot configured for Telegram. You can speak to that, as easy as that. For some of the channels, it is going to be not so easy. Like for Slack, you're going to create a hook. All right, like you'll spend not a minute, but 15 minutes, but still your same bot is going to work with Slack. And the last thing I want to tell about the bots right here, because I really want to jump into the machine learning stuff as quick as I can, that as this is one bot working with every channel, it has like the minimum amount of functionality which is supported for by every channel. Let's say in Slack or in Teams, you have the channels, and there are channel-specific events that are happening. And this is not going to happen in Slack, let's say, because like the concept of the group is different. Some of the channels, like the email, you see that you can speak with the bot with the email, is not going to support like a concept of the group. No matter how many are the recipients, it is going to reply to all. Some channels use mentioning the user or a group or a bot. You know what I mean? Different channels have different things. Like in Facebook, let's say, you can like the message, and like a bot can like your message, and at the same time, the bot may react on the event when the message is liked. But in Telegram, you don't have this liking. So not everything here is supported, but if you want to be very specific for the Telegram, it's going to be like in multi-platform development for different mobile platforms. You can have a specific code for different platforms. So you can check if the channel is Telegram, okay, I can do some special stuff for Telegram. For the Teams, there's a separate SDK that Microsoft is providing. So this is it. Let me ping my headset so that I don't lose the sound again. Sorry for that. I'm so embarrassed. And I'll jump into the presentation again. Oops. Sorry for my skills in PowerPoint presentations. I'm not pressing start from this slide. Okay, the thing we're going to speak about is the service called LUIS. LUIS stands for Language Understanding Intelligence Service. And it is intended to understand the commands when the person speaks to you with the natural language. And usually the natural language processing is quite complicated, because if you want your bot, your artificial intelligence, understand the person and speak with the person, with a human, it should understand the context. It should understand, well, I can do a separate session about how complicated can that be. But still, if we're doing the virtual assistant, it does not have to understand everything that happens in the world. It doesn't have to speak about like latest NBA news or whatever it is. It has to understand you about the domain that is trained to understand. Like I want to order a pizza, let's say, or I want to book a hotel. And so when we narrow the scope of what you want to do to this, it appears that it becomes quite easy. And you don't have to have a lot of knowledge about machine learning. Let me switch to the next slide, because I want to show it on the example. Like the example, and we're going to look at that. Yeah, like let's order a pizza, right? Here are two examples how Lewis can work. So it will get the message like this: I'll order one large pepperoni pizza with extra cheese. So first of all, it should understand what is the intent, like make order, remove order, edit, cancel, and things like that. This is the first what happens. It should understand what are you intended to do. Are you ordering, or are you canceling an order, or you're just saying hi? When it understands the intent, it is going to go with the next step and think about, okay, what else is in the message? And it is going to parse the entities, like the product size, quantity, and things like that. You can see it on the slide. So this is the main thing why Lewis is created and what it can do. It is quite straightforward on a slide, I guess. And on the lower example, you see that it is a more complicated example, right? So there are several orders within one sentence, and actually Lewis is capable to understand that. But actually, let's look how it works. And I am going to try to do this very quickly, because I want to have 5 minutes maybe for the questions. So what I have to do is write lewis.ai, and we'll get to the portal. I will skip some of the steps on how you configure that. You see, this is my account. I have some of the stuff. Here I have the authoring resource. Well, let's not pay attention to that. I'll create a new app. This is going to be a pizzeria. The culture is English. This is the great tool. Unfortunately, Slavic languages are not here yet. Hopefully, they are going to be here in near future. But here, Microsoft goes after the market. Where there's money, where they sell a lot of their products, they are picking those earlier. Okay, this is what I need. Let's click done. I have a nice introduction animation. It shows what is happening, how I can do that, but let me show you real quick what is actually going to happen and how I train the model. So, first thing, we have different assets. So the intents, the entities, there's a nice thing about the pre-built domains. I'll speak about this later. But first of all, I want to make a bot for ordering the pizza. If I create the intent, first of all, it is going to be make order, okay? I create it, and the next thing I have to do is give the example phrases, how the model is going to understand that this is actually make order. And let's say I would like to order large cheese pizza. Okay. I'd like 3 small margaritas. And margarita is the pizza, not a drink, because otherwise I would be ordering large margaritas. Please deliver me 2 medium meat pizzas, let's say. Okay, this is what we do. Here are the examples. Thank you for that. So you can see that it is making all this stuff lowercase and is putting space as well. This is how it works. Okay, so the model will train and the phrases like that are going to work. So the more phrases you give, the smart model is going to understand similar intents to that. But the next thing I would say, as we saw on the slides, I would say that, let's start here. This is something that I want to mark as the entity, right? This is the order. I will say it is the full order. Okay. I didn't create the entity. I could create entities before that, but I'm going to create it now. And here's the screen to create the entity. It is machine learned in case that if we don't know all the predefined set of how it is going to be written. So this one is definitely machine learned. Or it can be a list. If we know that something is a list, like what we'll do is small, medium, large is going to be a list. I will add the structure because, well, we have some great stuff here. Next. So full order, here we go. It is going to have a number, it is going to have a size, and it's going to have a type. Great. Okay, so this one, as you may see, is a number. This one is a size. This one is a type. For this, I can do the same thing. This is the full order, number, size, and type. And here, this is the full order. We don't have a number here. We just have a size and we have a type. Okay, this is what we did. This is great. I guess it is saved. I can do the other intent. I'm not going to do that, but let me just train the model. I'm saving the time. I need to create some more intents, and there are good practices that are in the documentation. So it is easy to do that. So what can I do now? What I can do now is I'd like 4 small pepperoni pizzas. So I'm giving a different text, as you may see. Let's see how it is going to work with that test. Okay, so it's pretty sure it's make order. We can also inspect. This is what it found. So it's 4 small pepperoni pizzas, it's make order, and it saw that like number 4, size small, type pepperoni pizzas. You can see that, well, it was super easy to train the model and it already understands some stuff. The next thing I can do is actually publish this, and I can add more and more and more utterances. I can do things with the model, train, and it becomes smarter every day. What I can actually do, let me show you that I can publish that. It is published. Access your endpoint URLs. I need to add the prediction resource. This is where I publish. Authoring resources where I build models, and prediction resources are the APIs. So, oops, sorry. Whoa, something happened. Okay. Sorry for that. Let's get to our pizzeria. I had to enter this again. I don't know why. Okay, production slot. Let me try this. It is published. Well, hopefully, publish settings. Do I see it? I had to add the prediction resource to that. All right. The thing that I wanted to show you regarding the pizzeria, I still need to publish and get the prediction resource. Okay. I have it. Done. Let's try it the last time. Okay, yeah, it's published. You can see there's the URL like this. So it is published. I can copy that. If I open the new window, subscription key, well, not the best way to send it in the query string, but I can write, I want 4 huge cheese pizzas. Okay? Okay, so this is what I get from my model. It is quite sure that this is the make order. It also has other guesses by the intents. You see that the size is huge. The type is cheese pizzas. Did I ask for 4? Yeah, okay, it didn't recognize it. Oh, good example. What I can do now is if I switch to build, I have endpoint utterances. And I can actually, okay, I will see everything that the users are doing here. And if the training did not work well, I can change it. So I can say that actually this is the full order and this is the number. And I need to confirm that now it is right. Save utterance. I saved it in my intents, in make order. This is already here. And now I retrain it. And now it understands things better. So every day you can make your bot smarter. And this is how it works. So today you trained on some of the phrases. And when people are using your bot, they are writing. You can review that endpoint utterances every day, and you can help the machine understand those, retrain it, publish it every day that your bot is smarter. Okay, I see that I only have 5 minutes till the end. There's one super short demo that I wanted to show you about the Q&A. But if there are questions, please write them to the chat. Otherwise, I am going to, usually, you know, when you are speaking online, there's not many questions. So the very last thing I want to show you is how the Q&A works. So let's say, and I'm going to do that super quick. Let's say you have a SharePoint with the data, or a Q&A document, or a wiki, which has a lot of questions and answers. And you want to train your model so that your office managers do not have to repeat every day how to install a printer, how to book a holiday, how to book vacations, how to report illnesses and things like that. There's usually a lot of questions like that. So there's another service which is called Q&A Maker. And if we go to the Q&A Maker, it is going to help me do things like that. I created all the resources. It has the Azure resources in order to run this, but we don't have time to speak about everything. Okay, right here, let me create a knowledge base. I will create a Q&A service on this subscription. I already have a model that is going to be deployed. And actually, I don't know why I need to create a new model probably. And this is why I cannot open this drop-down list. But a good thing, a lot of Slavic languages, including Bulgarian, are going to work using this. So you can have your Q&A thing in Bulgarian, and it is going to work. So it is going, okay, demo 2 is going to be the name. Now I can populate it. Don't have time. This is like, what I'm doing now is, if that can be a multi-step discussion, and if the model does not understand it, is going to say, I don't know. But we'll not dig into that. Okay, what I have here is the FAQ from Microsoft about software downloads. You see some questions are here. I don't know. Let's take this link. There are questions and answers here. I see there's something about 32 and 64-bit versions. Let me copy this. Q&A maker, edit here. Here, I can upload a file, and there's a chit chat. Thousands of different questions where somehow it is going to answer, because sometimes people want to like play a fool with a bot. So we're training that. And if it works in 2 minutes, we're going to see how it's working. But before that, can anyone from Bulgaria switch in and confirm that you still hear me, that I'm still here, and that we're finishing the session? We'll see if Microsoft flies or not. You see, hang tight. This should only take a minute. Hello, hello?
Hello?
Oh, it's so empty in this room. Yeah, I just realized that I had to sit here on the empty chair. Oh. Okay, so the very last thing. You see that it has trained, it has a lot of questions and answers, and the majority came from that chit chat. You see that it can even answer, do you ever pee? If somebody answer, like, this is what's going to happen. But if we do a quick test, you see I was trying that, even like with a misprint. It is going to through that and actually answers. So this is it. Sorry for that 5-minute drop from my side. I think I covered everything. Please text me, write me if you have any questions, comments, anything. And thank you for having me. Enjoy your time in JSTalks. Thank you. Bye-bye. Where's the camera? Bye-bye.
I asked them for questions, but nobody wants to ask anything.
That's usual for online, but contact me if that resonated.
Thank you for the presentation. Have a great day.
You too. Bye-bye. See you in
Bye.
Sofia one day.
These days, if you don't have an app, you are falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then, when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit, empowering your business to be well-equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at anthill.one.
Interior designers do a lot. Sketching, designing.
A lot of meetings, I'm on site a lot.
I think a lot of people think we paint walls.
Sorry.
Time is really valuable.
Ordering and deliveries.
Oh, schedules.
Charts, emails, spreadsheets.
All these are taking so much time out of the creative part of the work.
Worst thing.
Oh, spreadsheets.
Way too many emails.
I hate spreadsheets.
I hate spreadsheets.
The world that we're moving into is about empowering people, giving back time.
I can work on a project and then have the other side of the world in another office working on it.
Clippings, they are improving the way we work.
It's taking a lot of the hard work out for us.
It's like a beautiful master schedule.
Just boom, 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 done.
Through design development to site.
It's just like everything just like comes together, and it's a really good feeling.
Being part of Labo 8 is a challenge, a journey, and a pleasure in so many ways.
The best thing about Labo 8 are the people around you. Knowing that everyone around you gets your back is a pretty great feeling.
At Labo 8, you are not just an employee, you're a person that matters. And the coffee is pretty nice.
Feels cozy to work in Labo 8.
Feels like a place I'm connected with, people I know, place I know.
I think that the biggest breakthrough we did as a team is to cultivate a company culture with a friendly environment. And of course, all the small and not so small problems we managed to solve for all of our customers.
Being a part of Labo8's team is like the rare feeling of being at the right place at the right time. Being surrounded by so many amazing people is awesome.
Because we always make sure we get the best ones on board.
Being a part of Labo8 is something I can easily describe with 2 words: pure joy.
Join Labo8. We have cookies and great product.
News UK Tech is a really dedicated team full of some amazing talent, and I think we always go above and beyond.
The thing I love most about working at News UK is that we are right on the pulse of what people are talking about across the nation, and I find that really exciting.
The biggest reason I joined News UK was the people. Like, I stepped out of every single interview going, I want to work with these guys. They just seem to have just a really wonderful culture and a way of working with each other.
I'm most proud of seeing the growth of everyone in my team. And we've built a really amazing culture that allows the individuals in my team to shine and really do their best.
Why is News UK a good place to work? Well, it's a great place to work, actually. It's the people. The people make it.
There's a real kind of energy and pace of working for a media organisation. Can be a bit crazy at times, but it's never dull.
A media business like this is a digital business. The lifeblood of that is the people that make those digital ideas come to life. You couldn't have a business now without engineers.
I like working at News UK because you're just surrounded by really smart people, and there's so many people to learn from and experts in their field that your learning curve is so steep, and every day's a school day.
If I have one ambition, it's to make our end users, who are the journalists using our tools, to feel excited by them, to say, I did something today that I couldn't do yesterday, and I reached our audience in a new way because of the tools that you and your team built.
We're affecting people's emotions, right? If you imagine sport, for example, it's passion, it's emotion. So being able to make that same kind of depth of feeling happen not just here but across the world, I like being part of that.
Hello everyone! Welcome to my talk. It will be about automated testing of Android with Appium, JavaScript, and framework. I'm Sofia from Software. I'm a technical trainer and tech entrepreneur, and I code for the last 25 years. Recently, in many automation trainings and and go ahead. It's a nice event. I wish good success to everyone. And the things I will cover today is first to introduce the Appium platform, which in short uses the Selenium protocols to automate mobile app testing for Android, for iOS, and others. I will make a short overview, then I will talk about the architecture and how it runs, how to install and run Appium. It's basically JavaScript-driven framework, so it's bound to the Node.js ecosystem and has a front-end app. Later, I will say a few words about the Android emulator and how to run it in. Currently, I use Windows 11, but it's similar in most other platforms, except that in Windows it's hard to run it, especially in 11. So later I will introduce the Appium for Android apps. I'm not gonna show iOS because for iOS you need the Mac and you need some specific environments to be installed, including paid licenses. And I'm an open source guy, and I avoid paying for all tools and things like that, which can be available from the open source community. Then I will show you how to create an Appium inspector session in order to see what's inside your Android app. What are the tree of the UI controls and how to see the object identifiers for every UI control, such as finding the ID of certain button, etc., etc., etc. Then I will explain about this Selenium WebDriver NPM package, which can be used to automate Appium, because Appium and Selenium use the same protocols behind, and you can automate the things through the same API. They just bridge the Selenium API to the Android Espresso testing framework and do all the magic to send commands, just like click this button, send this text, etc., 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 to the UI running in the Android emulator. Later, I will show you a full-featured example in JavaScript with a simple app, which I will automate and using some tools like Mocha and JavaScript. And finally, I will say a few words about testing on a physical device, which involves some certain configuration issues. Okay, so what's Appium? Appium is an open source UI testing automation tool, which is designed to run and write the same test which you run in Selenium to automate Android, iOS, Windows, and Mac. And I have tested it, and it runs very well for all kinds of Windows apps, like Windows Forms, like WPF, like Universal Windows their latest UI frameworks. And also it works well for Android. And I have friends who have used this for iOS. I didn't, because I don't have Mac. So it works like just the Selenium WebDriver. So people who have some experience with Selenium, they know that Selenium is a kind of tool where it runs a server and you send commands to the server, just like open this page, find this element, type a text on this element, click on this button, find element, coding this value, etc., etc., etc. But it works for mobile and desktop apps. So if you add Appium to your Selenium, you can everything, most of the UI in the world through the same interface, through the same Selenium, which is not the best one, but it is most industry adopted one, which is kind of, it has some ugly things, some things which crash, which are not quite good, and there are a lot of upper layer frameworks above Selenium, which help to make things better. For example, if you have to automate a complex UI control like a table, you may enter into many issues if you use Selenium, because finding elements and interacting with some elements which are dynamic, for example, React components, can be tricky. But this is something that I will not cover in this session. This is something that we will find when you start working as a QA automation engineer. So Appium uses well-known Selenium primitives like driver.findElement. The driver is the main object in the Selenium object model, where you just say, please find an element on the screen which holds this ID, or which holds this text, or which complies to this CSS selector if we talk about web, or if it can traverse the UI tree through the XPath technology. Maybe you know the XPath technology. It is a technology to select elements in an XML document. It works also for HTML. It's implemented in the modern web browsers, and it works also in iOS and Android. But it's slow. So avoid using XPath selectors because they are slow, but they can be sometimes the only way to do it. For example, in XPath, you can say, please find the first paragraph, then find the second word and third letter in it, things like that. So you can select are impossible to be selected through CSS, for example. So we can have other things like element.getText. So you take the text from certain control, like text box. For example, you can click on the element, on certain element, which is on mobile app. This is the tap. This is the clicking with your finger. You can clear elements, and you can send keys, which is different than set text. It is something like it sends a command which says, please pray. For example, if I want to fill Nakov, it will first send the first letter N, then A, etc., 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 etc. And some letters will not work. And even sometimes, if you have switched the Cyrillic in your UI, it will type the text in Cyrillic, even though you send it in Latin letters. So send keys in Selenium, it's not type text. It's different. It's a simulation of keyboard press, a sequence of keyboard touches. So a big story in automated testing generally of UI apps is the waits. Waits are about waiting for some elements to show. For example, you click the load button and it takes 10 seconds for something to load, and after it loads, it's available for testing. And in Android, you have another story. For example, something is shown on the page, but it's not visible on the scroll view. So you need to scroll down the page in order for your expected component to appear, because Android has optimizations and it never puts in the UI tree elements which are not rendered on the screen. They should be on the UI tree, but they are not. So there are some tricks, but I will not get into details. So Appium implements the UI automation through commands such as driver.findElement by ID, and you provide the ID. You ask me where I will take this ID from. You have many ways to take this ID. If you have the source code of the app, you can just open the XML designer for the activity shown on the screen. Android apps are based on activities. There are similar concepts in iOS where elements have some kind of ID, but some elements might not have ID. So you can look up the parent ID and tell something like, get me the first child, or find the second child, or enumerate all the child components and find one that have a title search, for example. So you can look up by text, you can look up by ID, just like this. So I will show you some demonstration later. And you can send keyboard events, you can read text, you can simulate click, drag and drop, and all the things you can do in a real app. So if you can do something by clicking the mouse or by tapping the UI on the app or typing the keyboard, or everything you can do in your physical mobile device, you can do it by automation. But not everything is easy to do. Just like, for example, if you have a Google Maps and you want to zoom in with fingers, it might be a little bit tricky. It's possible, but it takes more code and more effort. So you can install app. You can tell the Android framework and Appium, please install this app. Or please open this app. Open, for example, the Google search, or open the Chrome web browser, open a web page inside the Chrome web browser. You can do all of this, and even more complex interactions like using the clipboard, taking a screenshot, and even recording a video, which is very useful when you test on certain cloud. Many companies provide cloud-based testing where they have many physical devices. For example, if you have an issue reported by a customer where your app crashes or behaves incorrectly on certain phone and you don't have it. You don't have, for example, Google Nexus 4. You have Samsung. So you can subscribe to a cloud-based test. You can run your tests on the cloud. Everything which is changed is just one URL, the URL for the server. And the clouds like SoulSwap, like Browser Stack, they provide your mobile phone physically or virtually, and they record the video, and you can see where exactly your tests crash. So the architecture of Appium is similar to the way Selenium works. It has a server. The server is something which is socket-based. It's HTTP server, which accepts commands. Commands just like, please open this app, please find this text, please find this control by ID, please send a click or send text, etc., etc., etc. And it can interact with the emulators, with the device simulators, or physical devices. For Android, this is done through the ADB, Android, the command line tool, which interacts with the Android simulator. And they have drivers, for example, drivers for iOS, for Windows, for Mac, for Android. And they have Quant libraries. I have used the C# and JavaScript libraries, but the others run as well, because they are just sent HTTP commands. They are quite simple. So you can code with Appium using a programming language of your choice. So how do we install Appium? First, we need Node.js. Later, we can either install this Appium desktop GUI server app, which is basically a server which holds which runs the Appium itself, or you can install it through the console and just start it through the console. So if I open a terminal, I can just, where is my terminal? I can just say, please start Appium. And it starts. It will fail because I need to bind it at some other address or port. I will bind it to the IPv6 interface now, and that's all. Now it's listening, it can accept commands. So later, if you want to start with testing some app, I highly recommend you first to install your Android emulator. Then you to start this inspector. The Appium inspector is a tool where you look up inside your app's UI and you see the tree. I will give you a glimpse of this and more later. So you can inspect the elements and see their selectors. Do you see this? This is the selector of this control. So the search button have certain selector, and you can interact with it, and you can have an expat expression for it, or ID. Sometimes ID works fast and they are best way to address controls, but sometimes developers don't have ID. You can create a button without a name. If you are a developer, you are not obligated to have an ID. it's highly recommended, but you're not obligated, especially for dynamic scenarios where you take some query from the database, and if it returns 10 wines, you have 10 buttons. They might have no idea. So, but selection is another story. I would just want to overview the technology. So later in this section, I will talk about the Android emulator a little bit and how to run it. I have some experience running the Android in Linux, in Docker, and in Windows. I don't have experience running it in Macs, only in GitHub Action, but it's the same like in Linux. So the Android emulator, it's not separate tool. It's part of the Android SDK, but if you install the so-called Android Studio, it will automatically install. This is cross-platform. It works in Windows, in Linux, in Mac, everywhere. I don't know why the latest version officially is from the last year, 2020. the new version is still in beta, but generally in the Android Studio, where is it? I believe it crashed, or what happens? No, it didn't crash. So the Android Studio, you may know about it. It has a UI designer where you design your UI, you write your code. It's about activities, etc., etc., etc. But you don't need to have the source code in order to write UI tests. You may download an app from the App Store of Android, and you can do automation. But this is the Android virtual device manager. It's part of the Android part of Android Studio. You cannot run this separately. In order to run it, you need to start Android Studio, then create a project, because otherwise you can't view this UI. It's strange. It should be separate up because it has separate function. But generally, you can create a new device. You can specify the type of device and also the images and SDKs to be. It's refreshing. Maybe the internet is not fast enough. But generally, you should use something which is not the latest version, but in version from the previous year works best, because latest versions have bugs and older versions don't have all the features you can need. So once you start the Android emulator, it looks like this one. This is the emulator. So it's just a virtual Android device. You can open the web browser, etc., etc. You can log in with your Google account to install apps from the App Store, etc., etc., etc. It has a built-in NAT network networking, which works correctly. So you can open, for example, Amazon or Wikipedia, and it works. So what's next? I want to show you that Android emulator is part of the Android SDK, which is part of Android Studio. So the Android Studio is the tool you write Java or Kotlin code to build your Android apps. Android SDK are the compilers, tools, emulators, libraries, APIs, etc. And the emulator is something where you have a device, which looks like this one, and you can test your apps. So if I run this app, for example, it will run on this device. I will go ahead. So you can download and install Android. You can open the virtual device manager, etc., etc., etc. You need to enable the virtualization, but if you use Docker, you have already this. This is enabled by default. This is the virtualization. If you use Linux containers, Windows in Linux, for example, the WSL2, Ubuntu in Linux, and Docker, and all these things require virtualization. So this is the device, and this is my app. This is the app which was currently in debug mode running on this Android, this app. Okay, so what's next? The Android emulator, to run it on Windows 11, it's a little bit problematic. So the solution is this hack. Google don't have official patch. So it's based on the QEMU project, which is a kind of virtualization platform, virtual machine platform, which can run Android emulators. So you can just replace, you should just replace these two failing QEMU binaries, which were recompiled by some anonymous person at this link. I don't know who is it, but I just followed the steps and it runs correctly. So otherwise, you can run without hardware acceleration, but it will take, for example, 10 minutes to start up. So it's not recommended. So what shall we test? I have written this contact book Android app, which is this one. You connect to a backend API. Then you open this search box. You can type some things and search. The backend comes from this contact book. It's deployed in REPL. REPL is something like Heroku, but it's bundled with code editor. So you can open it. I will start it because this is my backend. So this is the web-based UI. It's JavaScript-based, and I can add contact, etc. But I can search. For example, if I search for Nakov, it will say Nakov is not there. But if I please search for A, I find 3 contacts matching this. So it has also API, which is standard REST-based API. No, /API with some endpoints. I will not go into details. So you can download the APK Android package, which is the binary for the Android app, and you can install it with drag and drop. It's very, very simple, nothing strange or interesting. You can just drag and drop, and the application will install on the emulator. Once it is installed, you can find it and run it. Sometimes it might have some kind of warnings like please beware, this could be a hacker's app or a spyware, etc., etc., etc. But you have had on your to think about whether it's okay or not. This is how you can install and run it. And finally, let's code. So this was the overview of the technology of the Android emulator and Tapium. So now I will show you how to write JavaScript code to using this Selenium WebDriver, which is the Selenium generic library, together bundled with Tapium to automate testing of Android apps with JS. I will use the old-fashioned Mocha framework, but you can use Jest or Jasmine or some other JavaScript framework. So in the older versions, it's highly recommended to bind it to the IPv6 local address instead of localhost or 0000 because it has a bugs and it runs slower. Each command is delayed by 1 second. But this was in the older version. Yesterday I installed the new version and it looks like this is fixed, but you can still use this binding. So how you start this? This is the one way I started it with the local address IPv6, or you can use the UI based. This is the Appium desktop server GUI. Okay, I have already started this. And when you start this, you just say start. And it starts listening on some port. Looks like something. It's not working as expected. No, it's okay. But you, what it says, I'm not sure whether the encounter no such driver error, etc., etc., etc. I'm not sure whether this is a problem or not. Okay, I will restart it for no Appium UI. Just a moment. It's a little bit slow because it's Electron based. It's something like 500 megabytes of Node.js bundled together with Node modules, with Electron, with everything inside. I'm not sure whether they have a Chrome browser inside or not. Maybe they have bundled even this. Okay, I'm not sure why this fails. Like everywhere during the live demo, some things breaks, but I hope it's still not fully broken, and I'll be able to perform the demonstration. So the first thing I want to show you is to start the inspector session, because inspector session allows you to inspect what's inside. For example, now I will start it. This is the inspector. It's a separate app. In the previous version, it was bundled. So it's a client app which connects to the Appium, which connects to your Android emulator, which should be already started, like it is with myself. I will stop this Android Studio to save some RAM. And you can connect to your server, and the remote path is WebDriver/hub. It's the standard, the port is standard, but you can also connect to remote host. For example, if you have a browser stack account, you can even create a free browser stack account. It's limited to something like 10 hours per month or so. It's enough for testing, and you can use it remotely. So you should fill here platform name Android, and additionally, you can specify the app, either app to be installed from a local file or app which is already installed. It's just another setting, and which is already on the device, and you can run it. So I will use this app. For example, I have this Android contact book. So my path is this one, / and the name of this. I'm making some copy paste automation by hand. Okay, so just to avoid typing this letter by letter, and I start a session. If I have a look, this will start. See what happens? This client talks to the Appium server. Appium server talks to the Android ADB, the bridge, and it talks to the device emulator. So finally, I have this app started. So I can even restart it because it's interesting to see. Oh, I stopped everything. I didn't want this inspector, but okay, let's do it again. It doesn't save my settings. Oh, so platform name, let's speed up. Platform name Android. So this tells the Appium driver what platform to use, to what kind of automation to use. And the app is this, it's still on my clipboard. Can I save this session? Okay, Android contact book. Maybe I will need it again. So I start a session, and this is this one and this one. So you can see that it tells commands, and these commands tell what to do. So here I can see what's inside. This is the traditional UI tree. Everywhere where you have a user interface, it has a kind of tree. For example, in the web browser, you have the DOM tree, the document object model. In Android, you have another type of tree structure where you have components and you have nested components inside them. For example, you have frame layout inside the linear layout, inside view group, etc., etc., etc. And you have, for example, this element. And this element has ID, where we have a look. And usually, if you want to automate this ID, you should copy this or just remember it somewhere, because you will need it in your code. So here I can, for example, click the tab. It's this one, but I need to show the emulator first. Okay, and I click tab, and you saw that the command executed here is something like please for this session I'm not sure where is it, but it should be somewhere here, the tapping action. So How do we write the code? First, we use this to see what's inside. This works also for Windows. They have different driver, and you can, for example, inspect the Microsoft Word app or WinZip app. It works for the same way. You can see the structure, the UI components, and you can look inside. But not all components have ID. And when they don't have ID, you may get into trouble because it's not always easy to locate the elements. For example, you may have a table where no element inside the table has ID. Rows are anonymous, columns are anonymous, cells are anonymous, UI controls inside the cells are anonymous, and you can do something like please find the table or first element of type table, then find the first row, skip it, find the next row, then find the third column, etc., etc., etc. And if developers changes the order of columns, your test will fail. But that's why. So what's next? How do we write Android tests using this Appium and all this infrastructure? Generally, we create a normal JS app. I will use Visual Studio Code, and you need to install a kind of testing framework, generic testing framework, unit testing like Mocha, like Jest, like Jasmine, or some other. There are plenty of testing frameworks, but this Selenium WebDriver is the tool that is able to send commands to Appium through JavaScript. So it just types these commands on this screen. This is for example, a kind of command which is sent to the Appium, and this command is processed by the Appium server, and it tells something to happens in the emulator, for example. Okay, so after we install it, I already have this in Visual Studio Code. I will not write the code from scratch because it will take more time. But generally, it looks like it's hanged. No, it runs well. So I have Selenium WebDriver, and I also use this WebDriver.py, which is a kind of, it's used in the selector. So you find element and you say by.id. Instead of using some kind of text-based constant, this is a kind of strongly typed approach to use this API. So in mock testing framework, we have this before, we have after, and we have tests, which are this, I don't like it, describe. It's bad way of making software, but this is how it works by default. You can, by the way, you can switch to traditional test-driven development, not this behavior-driven developer, which is modern, but how many of you really use behavior-driven developer in real-world projects? This is just for conference talks. It's bullshit, but this is how it works. So you have a test suite. It's called test suite in the normal frameworks like JUnit, and this is called a test case in normal testing frameworks like JUnit, like NUnit, like the others. Okay, but the words are strange. And before, this is a setup and teardown methods, but all the frameworks look similar. It works asynchronously, so you need to have async functions. And initially, in the setup, we need to start the Android emulator and to run the app without test. So we run the app and we execute several tests. For example, the first test tests the login. The second test the login and then log out. The third test login, then search, then something else. So you might have a lot of tests, and it takes times. So you should put big enough timeouts. For example, 30 seconds is good enough, but it should not be endless because it will hang. Okay, so you can do this, and you need to specify platform name, app, and browser name cannot be empty. This is a bug in the Selenium WebDriver. Let's say not a bug, but a strange thing, because it's based for web-based apps, but it's used in different scenario for mobile apps. So in web-based app, you need to specify the driver, for example, Chrome or Firefox or Safari or something else. You need to specify the browser versions. You need to have the Android driver, not Android driver, sorry, the Chrome driver, which is a tool which knows how to automate Chrome, or Firefox driver, which knows how to, it's called maybe Gecko driver or something like this, which knows how to automate Mozilla, etc., etc., etc. So this is how you connect to the server. Basically, you can have this local server here, which should be already started, and your Android emulator should already be started, or your physical device should be connected through the USB cable and should be allowed for debugging instead of the Android emulator. But generally, this could also be a remote host. This could be, for example, browserstack.com/my username /my API key /something, and you can have remote testing environment. And this is quite popular. This is quite popular because you cannot have all the physical devices in the world on your working desk. So the timeouts are something very important in automated testings. They could be implicit or explicit. This is a way to specify implicit waits. Implicit waits say something like, please, if I want to find a button and it's still not there, please try with polling once per 500 milliseconds for a period of 5 seconds until you find it. Because sometimes you click a button and after half a second, the next screen appears. It not always shows immediately. So in automated testing, you should wait. You can either wait with just sleep, thread.sleep 1 second, but this is ugly because you may wait more than needed. So you may wait 10 seconds, but the actual time is 0.5 seconds, right? So you should wait not more than enough. Otherwise, your tests will run, but they will be very slow. And if you have 1,000 tests for one big app, it may take 24 hours to execute. Okay, later I can show you how to execute this in GitHub Actions. Do you know GitHub Actions? This is an automated CI/CD. I have managed to make this run correctly in GitHub Actions, but I can show you later just to explain this. So this is asynchronous, which is very well. So you don't need to have some nested functions, etc., etc., etc. So you say timeouts, you open this, and after that you start writing the tests. And finally, if the driver were really initialized, you say quit, so it stops the connection, it destroys the sessions at the Appium server, etc., etc., etc. You may need some kind of assertion library like the assert, because you in unit testing you need to have something like assert that something or assert that the last name is this one. This is something very, very standard in most frameworks. So how it works, it just says that this test should take 30 seconds or less, and it finds the first element. It says clear, because if you say send keys and there is some text inside, it will just simulate pressing the keys. So it will not delete the old. I already explained that. Send keys, it's not set text. In programming, set text means replace the existing text with this one. Send keys means press this letter, then press this letter, then press this letter, and it's very slow. Because if you want to press 100 letters, you should have 100 HTTP GET or POST requests, which should be processed, and it's slow. This is how it works, letter by letter. It's strange for me, but this is how it works. So later you click the button, etc., etc., etc. So I will start directly with debugging this. I will put a breakpoint here and a breakpoint here, and I will start with the JavaScript terminal, and I will issue a command called npm test, which is configured in my package JSON, which just says Mocha, enter in the tests. So when I press npm tests, what will happen? It will stop here. So currently, we can watch what happens here and what happens in the emulator. Okay, and maybe I need to make this smaller. Yes, and this smaller. So I press, it's not fully possible, but I'll press F10. Okay, and what will happen? The app is stopped, and now it will be started, just a clean start of the app, right? If it's not installed, it will be installed. So the file will be uploaded from the file system, this file from C projects, etc., 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 and it will be installed. If it's already installed, it has an optimization. So I set the timeouts. I press F10. No, I will say continue, and maybe the timeout have passed. I have 30 seconds timeout, and while I'm talking, it passed. So I will remove this and we'll start npm test again, because I have timeout for the test, and I'm talking and explaining, and this timeout was passed. So this is what happens. I'll be faster now, and I should talk less. Hide this, please. F10. So see what happens. I clear this box. I send keys. I press find the connect button, and I press it, and it shows this one. So I press here Steve. I click the search button. Okay, it takes some time to connect to internet, to the backend, and perform the query to render the results. And then I find this. I expect to have text view search results. Text view search result is this one, but it will time out again because I'm explaining some things, and I'm in the debugger, but the timeout is not stopped. The timer is running. Okay, now it will fail. But see what I see. I have an explicit wait here. So I tell the Appium, please, for 5 seconds, perform constant checks until you find in control with this ID this text. Because if I don't see contacts found, this means that the request is still not processed. So because it takes time, it takes time. I click search. It may take 5 seconds until the results are here, right? The timeout was the problem. I will try to increase this timeout, but in production, don't do this, because if your test fails, you will learn about 10 minutes that your test is failed. But when you debug, you should do this. I will restart the debugger now with npm test. Okay, but generally, this I was started to explain this. This is something important in testing and one of the most complex things, because you generally say, please check whether on the screen you have contacts found. Contacts found means that the server have responded and the Android app have taken the JSON data, have parsed it, have drawn this at the screen, etc., etc., etc. But if this doesn't happen, the Appium will make this check again automatically after 500 milliseconds. It's a polling, you know the poll mechanism. You check, you wait, you check, you wait, you check, you wait. This is how it works until you find it. Of course, you may fail to find it, etc. But if you don't have these waits, sometimes they can be implicit, which means that the Appium will automatically try to make this mechanism. Sometimes they should be explicit. Sometimes the implicit ways don't work. In fact, I have implicit wait here. The same app, I have translated this from C# a few days ago. The same app with the same things in C# doesn't require explicit waits, but I don't know what happens. Maybe this Selenium WebDriver is different than the C# WebDriver. Maybe, I don't know. Okay, so there are differences, but generally it should work everywhere. Most people use Java for this kind of Selenium automation. Okay, so I have found this text, and finally I find this element, contact book Android view first name, this one. I know that this UI element has a name. This app is very easy for testing, but this depends much on the developers. So if you are a QA engineer, please talk to the developers. They should be, in most cases in your company, to put normal IDs, not button 17, button 1, button 2, button 3. I have seen some Indian kind of developers, types of developers, to name controls like first, second, and new folder brackets too. But generally, you should have good names and you should write high quality code. So I assert that Steve is there. And that's all. Finally, I see that it's Steve Jobs. And that's all. This is my test. It's not quite complex. And this is how it works. It works by a series of commands which are sent. And it works through this ADB. Android debug interface. Oh, it's not on my path. I should. It will take some time. I want to show you, because I promised you how to use this at GitHub/Nakuf. I have an repo called eVentures. I should find it. This one, which have all of the possible types of tests running in GitHub Actions. So these are web-based tests with Selenium, Android tests with Appium, desktop tests, and many others. So I have integration tests, I have unit tests, I have Postman-based tests, etc. But I wanted to show you how you can run this in Android. In fact, in GitHub Actions. In GitHub Actions, you may have this YAML file, which is built, which basically consists of jobs. Each jobs may have a name. So I have 4 jobs which run simultaneously. For example, when I test the mobile app, I test in the same time the web app and the mobile app. So the mobile app test works like this. So I use macOS 11 because it supports natively nested virtualization, because I have a Linux host, which is the GitHub Actions runner. Then I have macOS, the host is macOS. Then I have Android emulator. I have also Java installed to build the app, etc. So see what happens. First, I build the app. So I take the source code. This is the CI/CD thing. When the source code of my Android apps changes, I take it and I compile it with Gradle. Gradle is one of the most used Java compilation tool chains and assembling. So there I install Appium. I use Java 14. Then I use .NET, because my tests here are C# driven and not JavaScript driven. And finally, I start the Android emulator and I run the tests in Android. And the result here is like this. So the container is created, then the source code is checked out. The Gradle says, no, this is the compilation. It builds at GitHub servers the APK, because you need, when you have a change in the source code, you need to run all the tests to be sure that something doesn't break. Okay, and then I install Appium, the command line version of Appium server, npm install Appium. Then I restore the Appium test with .NET 5. They are .NET driven, but not quite different. And finally, I run the Android emulator, which needs nested virtualization, because we have a host machine. In it, you have macOS. In it, you have the Android emulator. And it's it doesn't work easily with Linux. I failed to run it on Linux. Finally, I check out, I don't remember what were all the steps, but generally you can see this code to see how to run the same thing automatically on commit. So when I change something, and I break the Java code, it will fail, and I will get an email, for example, as a developer. So this is the demo I already demonstrated to you. It is step by step. First, we have the Selenium driver included. Later, we start the Android emulator through the Appium using this URL. This code assumes that your Appium server is already running and your emulator is already running, which were the first two steps in my GitHub Actions build script, continuous integration script. And finally, I release the resources, but if you don't release the resources, when the program ends, they will be released automatically. So after that, I press the connect button. After that, I press fill the form and click search. And finally, I wait for the results, which is the most complex thing in this demonstration. And finally, I just check whether the returned results from the server are what I expect. Of course, I should be sure what's in the web server, because the web server should be part of my testing environment. If you see here at this project, when we started, we start also the backend and the front end. So we start the server app, we start Appium, we start the Android emulator, we compile the APK from the Android sources, the Java code. Finally, we deploy the app and we run the local things. I should show you because it's quite interesting how it works. So basically, no, this is the Android app. I need the Android Appium tests. So this is C#, but it's not quite different. I have some things like this. So at the start, this is test space. At the start, I find some elements and I make some assertions, but see the URL. The URL here is not in internet, it's local, because I run the server, a local server, and I know what's inside. I know that there is a Steve Jobs, and it's only one, right? So if you write tests, you should always know what's inside the database. Or you should start with clean database, and at the test setup, you should insert some testing records. This is what I do. You can see this because this is a fully working, complete example of how you can design all the tests in a app. You have here in this example web-based tests, API-based tests, integration tests. You have a desktop app tests. You have Android tests. You have all the tests. And in this data, for example, here, what happens? I have a kind of no, this is the application DB can test, but I should have this test DB. So during the tests at the startup, this is C#, but the const can be the same. I just create an in-memory database for when I run the tests, and I just seed it. I put several data in it. So at the start of the test, I know what's inside the database. Because the other approach is just at the night, you download the most recent copy of your production database and ignore the GDPR because it might be tricky. But you don't know what's inside. You don't know whether Steve is inside or not and how many Steves are there. So this is a long story. Testing, it's the tools are the technical side, but testing is a bigger profession. Automated testing is a matter of architecture, matter of tools, matter of designing your test process in the right way, how to set up your continuous integration system, because if you have tests and you don't have CI, it's not a good approach. You should run by hand the tests. And when developers do something wrong, they will not do it. You will not find it immediately. So I already demonstrated all of this. So finally, I want to explain you how to test on a physical device. You should just connect your phone with the cable. But after that, you should go in the settings, and in the build number, you should click 7 times. At least when I did this last time, it was like this, because it might be different in newer Android versions. Okay, so this is because it opens security issues, right? If you connect through your cable, your laptop can install malware into your phone, right? So entering into debug mode, it's not safe operations. That's why it's not easy to be enabled. It's secret. Okay, so you open these developer options, which are basically hidden. After you enable these developer options, when you plug the USB cable, it will say, please, this computer, do you trust it? You confirm. And after that, instead of having this, you just close the emulator and open and connect your mobile phone, and it will run. You may have one or several virtual devices and physical devices, and they can be specified by name. For example, when you connect here, how to close this, I don't know how to close this, but generally in this inspector, you should either specify the name of the image, the device if you have several, or here in some additional settings, there is an option where you can specify which one of your, if you have several devices. But the easiest way is just to have only one. You either have running the emulator, or you stop the emulator and you connect your phone. And when you have only one device, you don't need to specify which device to use. So you only specify platform name Android and some other details. Here, like, for example, you can open existing app and debug it. You can even install app from the App Store and debug it and test it automatically. So in summary, the Android emulator avoids installing and running apps, and it might be a little bit tricky to make it up and running. It should be easy, but it's not. Definitely, trust me. I have lost several nights trying to fix broken Android emulator. It may require full reinstall of your machine and many other things. It have conflicts with Hyper-V, with Docker, and with Windows subsystem for Linux, and many others. In Linux, it has different issues, etc., etc., etc. Because Docker uses some kind of virtualization. Hyper-V uses other virtualization. It depends also on the processor. For example, in AMD, you have some kind of drivers, and in Intel, you have other drivers. So it's a trick. That's why I spent so much time on it. So Appium Inspector is the tool where you see what's inside your apps. You can, it's a hacker tool, in fact. It's a reverse engineering tool. You can see some hidden functionality in some commercial apps, for example, and you can do some tricks to show, for example, a screen which is locked, because you can tell the emulator, please open this activity by name. And this activity cannot be opened through clicking through the buttons unless you pay. Just a hint for you. And finally, use Selenium WebDriver to automate. I have shown how to do this. And thanks again to our sponsors. And subscribe to my YouTube channel, where I post 6 times weekly a new video on programming, but it's mostly for beginners. Okay, maybe we have 2 minutes for questions. I'll be around, so people who are in the WAP can ask me in person. So, what's next?
Do you have any questions?
Yes?
I've missed the beginning of the lecture, but is it the same with iOS?
The question is it the same with iOS? Basically, yes, but there could be some differences in the installation, because to run iOS emulator, you need Mac machine. That's it. There are no well-working hacks. You need Mac machine. Then you need Xcode, which is maybe paid product. I'm not sure. You should pay to become a iOS developer, to purchase a license, and then you can run it. But basically, these pieces of code are the same. Here you will not, but the ideas might be different. But they have idea. Differences might be in some special situations when you need to go inside. For example, here, like you have get text, you can have invoke lower layer API. So you can send Java code, which will run on the Android. Yes, you can send some lower layer instructions. I have done once this because once I click a button and it was a big amount of data. And because this data is not visible on the screen, find by text doesn't work. So you need to scroll down several times until you find it. But you don't know how many times you should scroll. 5 times or 10 times. This depends on the screen time, on the data. So in the native Android API, there is a special command which say, please scroll until you find this. Scroll until. And this is not available directly in Appium. So sometimes you need to go at the lower layer, which is possible.
Is everything done by timers, or there is notification, like your search return result, when I check it, or you just have to pull?
The question is that if we have to pull or it can be optimized. I don't know how it can be made differently, because the server works with commands. So there is no callback mechanism. Something like, I think you ask, please notify me when this is here, right? No, it's by polling, and it highly depends on the software, because software not always have a kind of notification. It just places something on the screen, and most mobile devices highly optimized. If something is not visible in the screen, it's not visible in the UI. It's not the same for the desktop. For example, in Windows, you may have a big UI tree, but it might not be visible. You may have many controls, but you see only a few of them, right? Like a big web page. In mobile, they save memory and resources by deleting the invisible controls from the UI. And this causes many problems. Is there a big community for that? Yes, this is the biggest. Appium is the biggest player in the mobile UI automation, because it follows the concept write once and run on all platforms. Because that's why people use this, how to say, dinosaur style framework like Selenium, because modern frameworks, like for example Cypress, they are better engineered. But people still use Selenium because it's one tool for all the UI automation in the world, and maybe there is a lot of legacy. For example, if you go in Amazon and see how many books are about Cypress and how many are about Selenium, you'll see the difference. It could be 100 times. So the Selenium is the leader, and Appium is extension to Selenium, natural extension.
Any other questions? So thank you for the presentation.
These days, if you don't have an app, you're falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then, when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit, empowering your business to be well-equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at anthill.one.
Interior designers do a lot. Sketching, designing.
A lot of meetings, I'm on site a lot.
I think a lot of people think we paint walls.
Sorry.
Time is really valuable.
Ordering and deliveries.
Oh, schedules.
Charts, emails, spreadsheets. All these are taking so much time out of the creative part of the work.
Worst thing.
Ooh, spreadsheets.
Way too many emails.
I hate spreadsheets.
I hate spreadsheets.
The world that we're moving into is about empowering people, giving back time.
I can work on a project and then have the other side of the world in another office working on it.
Clippings, they are improving the way we work.
It's taking a lot of the hard work out for us. It's like a beautiful master schedule.
Just boom, 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 done.
Through design development to site.
It's just like everything just like comes together, and it's a really good feeling.
Being part of Labo 8 is a challenge, a journey, and a pleasure in so many ways.
The best thing about Labo 8 are the people around you. Knowing that everyone around you got your back is a pretty great feeling.
At Labo 8, you are not just an employee, you're a person that matters. And the coffee is pretty nice.
Feels cozy to work in Labo 8. Feels like a place I'm connected with, people I know, place I know.
I think that the biggest breakthrough we did as a team is to cultivate a company culture with a friendly environment. And of course, all the small and not so small problems we managed to solve for our customers.
Being a part of Labo8's team is like the rare feeling of being at the right place at the right time. Being surrounded by so many amazing people is awesome.
Because we always make sure we get the best ones on board.
Being a part of Labo8 is something I can easily describe with two words: pure joy.
Join Labo8. We have cookies and great product.
News UK Tech is a really dedicated team full of some amazing talent, and I think we always go above and beyond.
The thing I love most about working at News UK is that we are right on the pulse of what people are talking about across the nation, and I find that really exciting.
The biggest reason I joined News UK was the people. Like, I stepped out of every single interview going, I want to work with these guys. They just seem to have just a really wonderful culture and a way of working with each other.
I'm most proud of seeing the growth of everyone in my team. And we've built a really amazing culture that allows the individuals in my team to shine and really do their best.
Why is News UK a good place to work? Well, it's a great place to work, actually. It's the people. The people make it.
There's a real kind of energy and pace of working for a media organisation. Can be a bit crazy at times, but it's never dull.
A media business like this is a digital business. The lifeblood of that is the people that make those digital ideas come to life. You couldn't have a business now without engineers.
I like working at News UK because you're just surrounded by really smart people, and there's so many people to learn from and experts in their field that your learning curve is so steep, and every day's a school day.
If I have one ambition, it's to make our end users, who are the journalists using our tools, to feel excited by them, to say, I did something today that I couldn't do yesterday, and I reached our audience in a new way because of the tools that you and your team built.
We're affecting people's emotions, right? If you imagine sport, for example, it's passion, it's emotion. So being able to make that same kind of depth of feeling happen not just here but across the world, I like being part of that.
Good evening, everyone. Thanks for joining today's session. Let's just figure out whether we have some technical issues here. And we are starting. Okay, so we are good to go. So tonight we'll be speaking about animation. How can we build better products with CSS animations, with SVG animations, SMIL, and we'll be diving deeper into those, how they affect user engagement, and yeah, hope you'll like it. So my name is Momchil Jambazov, and I'm currently working at VIA as a front-end developer. And VIA is a really great company. It motivates me because besides all the good stuff that we are building, the tech stack and everything that fits my vision perfectly, it's a company with a social impact. It's one of the leaders in transit tech. They're building software for vehicle management, and all the verticals that they're covering, like they're literally limitless. And it's really good to see the impact in the real world of your work. And yeah, you can check more details on the website. So one of the first things that animation can help us is how users perceive our brand. And it can affect it both in positive and in a negative way if animation is done the wrong way, or it can ruin the UX if it's done improperly. So please be careful with it. And yeah, as stated in the slide, it is critical to do it right, and it's very easy to overdo it as well. So we'll be looking what to do and what not to do in the next slides. Some of the good examples, of course, are one of the products that we are using on a daily basis, and you can easily follow how big companies are utilizing animation to spin off and make their core features even more engaging. I'm pretty sure every one of you who noticed those animated emojis that Facebook used, like, it was a delightful experience. And this is our goal as developers, as designers, as product owners, how we can bring that delightfulness in our users, how we can engage them and keep them coming back. And of course, another iconic UI animation that is very, very custom, and that brings that brand identity. And once you see it, you definitely understand what's that, and that's the medium clap button. And you can see that even the smallest details here matter. You have covered all of the states. You have the hover. You see that something is about to happen. When you click it, you see immediate feedback. There is no space for confusion. What happened? You know that you appreciated the post, and you can do it multiple times. So this is our end goal, to have obvious interaction with the software that we're building and designing, and we want to help users navigate through the application and reduce the cognitive load. We can use animation to teach them how to use new features. We can help them navigate through the pages, and we'll be going through the details and the use cases of animation a bit later. And again, if we think of the UI of the application as the way the application looks, and the UX is how it feels and how it walks and talks, then UI animation, this is something that we can definitely correlate and build this perspective. It's like the body language of our application. Motion can add additional layer of communication to our users in a way that they can easily understand. And in this example, we can see that just with motion, we are seeing that our input to pin code to unlocking the phone is entered, we can see whether it was correct, we can see whether it was wrong, and all of this just with motion and with color, with no need for adding extra text, cluttering the UI, etc. So these are some of the good examples and what we are heading to. So let's go through the basic building blocks of the animation and what do we need. Here we'll cover more of the theoretical part of what builds a good animation. And of course, one of the first things that we need to consider is the duration. How fast or slow will the whole animation run for? And typically it's between 100 milliseconds and 500 milliseconds as a rule of thumb. You can use the golden middle of 300 milliseconds, which is enough time for users to follow through, to check out what was the action that happened. And it's not slow enough for them to yawn and to get distracted. So you can use that. And of course, there are some exceptions and other criteria that you need to keep in mind. One of them is the display size and the device that you are building the animation for. Keep in mind that your animations need to be responsive. Use the proper media queries and rules to cover those. And yeah, also keep in mind the distance that the elements you are animating need to travel or to go from one place to another. And the size of the elements is also something that you need to consider. And to be honest, the animation is more of an art rather than a science. So discuss each animation, make sure that it feels right, and don't be bound to the specific rules and the criteria that we are going through. Don't limit yourself. This is what I'm trying to say. And easing, of course, is one of the most critical things that you need to consider with animation, because this is, just to give it a bit more perspective, easing is the acceleration and deceleration curve of how the animation runs. So how fast it starts, how fast it ends. And yeah, easing is the thing that will help you build animations that are close to the real world, and that's your end goal. You want to mimic the physics of the real world so that your animations look natural. Oops. So here is an example of an element that is moving with easing and without, and you can see that it's starting slowly accelerating, and it's also stopping. It's deaccelerating near the endpoint where we want the element. Last thoughts on the easing functions. There are various ones. You have symmetric, asymmetric easings depending on the needs that you want and the goals that you want to achieve. And here in this example, you can see that we have just two handles for the easing curve. That's for CSS. In JavaScript, you can add more and more handles and make more complex easings. And yeah, for just let's go through a couple of use cases. The linear easing is the one that leaves your elements to go with constant speed. This is something that, of course, sometimes you need and you want. In this example, we have something that is orbiting around at a constant speed. This is a good example for linear motion. Ease in is the easing curve that you want when an element is going out of the screen, or when something is accelerating. We can see that in this example. So, for example, when you have a toast message or anything that is going out of the screen, you should be using ease in. And when something is entering the screen, it needs to enter faster and stop to the position where it needs to be. You should be using the ease out function. This is, again, something like a rule of thumb that it's good to follow. And of course, Here is the UI example for the same easing function. And when we have elements that are moving from one point of the screen to another, we can again use the is-in-out function, which gives us smooth and natural movement. And another thing to keep in mind is that the more complex is the easing of your animation, the more time you need for the animation to run, so that it's understandable and perceptible by the user, and so that they can follow through the whole animation. Let's go through some of the use cases when it's a good idea to use animation and motion in general to enhance the usability of our products. When you want to guide users and help them orient through the app, when there is a functional change, whether it was evoked by the user, like this is a very good moment to keep them engaged. Highlight every time that you have something that you want to focus users' attention. Animation and motion are very, very good attention focus grabbers. So if you want to highlight a new feature that you have released, or you have a walkthrough tutorial, or anything that you want them to click through, you see that's a very good use case for using motion and animation. For providing visual feedback and for system status changes. And in this example, we can see a screen where the user is navigating from one place to another. And I think this is a good example of the flip technique, which is the first, last, inverse play method, where basically you take the coordinates of the elements and you can animate the screen-to-screen transitions with this technique. And the main purpose of this animation is to answer the question, where am I now? So how did they get from one screen to another? And to be honest, it's very important to be precise with this animation and to make it right. If you are struggling with it, I would prefer not to have screen-to-screen transitions rather than having something that is bulky or it's working not very, very smoothly. When there is a functional change, when we have some toggles, when we have some action on the screen, it's nice to have the transition buttery smooth, and it's building a delightful experience. Most of the design systems are already working on this. You'll be seeing motion as a separate section in the design systems. So it's actually a very, very good start. If you're interested in the topic, go through the biggest design system like Material UI. They have really great resources on the motion section. Check it out, and it's a great starting point. We covered out the highlight. As you can see, some tooltips, some information. You can guide the user and teach them how to use the app, onboarding. All of those are really great scenarios for using animation. And again, when you're having asynchronous tasks, uploading documents, clicking on buttons, and this technique for providing visual feedback in an interesting way actually provides you with a better perceived time, because when they see that something is happening, and until you're getting the data back from the request, let's say, those things take some time for the user, and when they get their result, the perceived wait time is much smaller when you used some of the time for animation. And again, for communicating system status, custom loaders actually tend to engage users more, and users tend to wait up to 50% more for the specific action or page to load when they see a custom loader. But again, it's a double-edged knife, because there was a case study by Facebook that shows when they introduced their custom loader, users started blaming the application that it is slower, and when they see the default system status loaders, they tend to blame the operating system for being slow. And again, try to implement optimistic UIs in your application. Try to provide immediate feedback to the users as soon as things are as they're entering input or you're waiting for some change. Try to be optimistic. Show the loader, like in this example, next to the screen, and if something fails, you can always show a pop-up, or you can use color to communicate that. And this again is something that again will help you boost the perceived wait time. The same goes with skeleton loaders. So this is another thing that you want to implement and you want to try to do, to visualize the data as soon as you have it. So it's a good practice to have the default skeletons and placeholders for the specific elements, and you can get all the data asynchronously and show it as soon as you have it. So you don't need for the whole page to load. This is again something that will definitely boost the customer satisfaction and the user satisfaction of your digital products. So today I'll be looking into SVG animations and why using SVGs is a good idea in general in your applications. Of course, you can have custom icon fonts, and SVGs are just great both for icons, for illustrations, for animated illustrations, anything that that you can think of. And they're crisp on every display. They're very scalable, so you don't need multiple sets of assets to load on different devices, on mobile, etc. And they actually are pretty small in size if you compare to some bigger images that are PNGs, JPEGs, or other type of raster images. And the main thing is that, as the name suggests, so SVG is scalable vector graphics. They're vector-based and they're mathematically calculated. So this is why you get the small font size. And they've been around for quite a while, by the way, which I think is a very interesting fact, because for quite a long time they were very heavily underutilized. And by the way, they're easy to navigate. You have SMIL, which is the built-in language for applications inside, for animations inside SVGs. And if you haven't heard about it, I encourage you to check it out. And I think we'll touch it in a bit. But definitely this is something that we want to look into. And yeah, SVGs are XML based and they have navigable DOM, so it's very easy to build interactions around it. So as mentioned, SVGs are XML based, and something that you need to keep in mind is that the transform origin coordinate is unlikely like other HTML elements. It's not in the center of the elements as displayed here on this image, but it's rather in the top left corner. So if you are rotating an SVG element, it will start rotating around the corner. So to fix that, you can very easily set the transform origin point to the center of the element, and that rotation glitch will be fixed. But this is something that you need to keep in mind. Okay, so some of the techniques that can be used. One of them is motion path, and typically it's let's say it's not very trivial to do animation on the path straight away without any third-party libraries. But with SMIL, actually, you can do that. So this is what we are looking into. So this is the tag that we are using for the SMIL animation, animate motion, and then you pass it the path around which you want the specific element to go through. And this is a very, very basic example, but you just want to keep in mind that it's very easy to do without introduction of third parties. If you want to try something real small and quick, you can test it out and validate whether it's a good technique for you to use, and you can consider implementing more mature animation libraries a bit later. And something that is not very visible from this example is that the element is actually auto-rotated on the trajectory that is following. So this is something that comes from built-in from the SMIL animate motion method here. Okay, so another thing that is very interesting about SVGs is that they have that viewbox property. And the viewbox in this example, as you can see, it has 4 parameters. The first 2 parameters are the coordinates of the starting point. And the second 2 parameters are how much of the picture do you actually want to take. And in this example, we can see that if we want to zoom into the specific area with those houses, let's say, we just need to alter the parameters that we are sending, and we can zoom in. And because it's vector based, you will not lose any of the quality that the image has. And here is example of this technique. So with this, you can start building very, very interesting stuff. You can build interactive. Interactive, let's say this is a flow chart in this example, but that can be any kind of infographic. You can visualize data in a very, very interesting ways, and it's up to your creativity to explore those and develop the concept. So here, for example, we can click through. This is interactive. So if we click yes, we navigate through the flow chart based on the user input. And if we click no, for example, the view box will be translated to a different section of the whole big SVG. And you can see that those transitions can be animated, and you can go through the whole thing. So this is just one example of this technique. Another thing that is very heavily used is self-drawing, and it's a very simple and easy technique. Once you understand it, you can use it in loaders. You can use it in various images that you want to get that effect, and it's really, really cool when well implemented. So let's see how it goes. So the first thing that we need to know is that this technique is based on the border. So the stroke of the SVG is something that we can control. We can control the dashes, the offsets between them, and then we can make them. You can make a whole dashed stroke border around the whole form. Make the dash as big as the whole perimeter of the application, and then animate it with a dash offset property. So let's see how it goes. We have the border, the stroke, and it's dashed. Then we start making the dashes much bigger, and as soon as you make the whole dash one of the dashes as long as the whole perimeter of the shape, this is the effect that we actually get. And here is another visualization that can help us understand the whole self-drawing technique. Morphing is another thing that is very, very effective, that brings very, very high levels of excitement in users when you do it right. And again, here you can use SMIL, which is the built-in language, as we said, for SVG animation, if you don't want to use a third party. But one of the things that you want to keep in mind is that when you're morphing between two shapes, you need to have the same number of points on the shape itself, so that it could animate properly. And you can add and remove those dynamically as well, but this is just something to keep in mind. And when you have a third-party provider for those animations, like JSTalks, which is the green sock animation platform, they handle most of those things off the shelf, so you don't need to bother about it. You just implement it. And masks, of course. Masks unlock a very high level of creativity in a lot of designers, in a lot of front-end developers. You can have two shapes. One of them, the mask should be an SVG, and below that you can use anything you want to mask. You can mask pages, you can mask HTML elements, you can mask the DOM as we mentioned for the flip animations. In this example, we are masking the cat we are using the cat as a mask for the image, but we can use anything else. And in this example, we see that we can, and this is, by the way, something pretty cool, because you can see that we have a video behind it, and this is actually text. So I'll just grab this real quick, and I want to demonstrate this pen by Dudley Story. And you can see here that this is the text that we are referring to. And in the HTML here, in the SVG element, you have that text property. And this is something that, yeah, you can very easily alter, as we can see. And this is something that will get reflected. You can start thinking about internationalization. You can have landing pages with very, very interesting effects, and you can just pass it some text. It can be a translation string or anything, and it will be working. No need to have multiple assets, different sets for the different localizations. And yeah, that's the cool stuff about it. And another thing here is that yeah, I bet you remember all of those frame by frame pictures from those animations, and you can actually have an SVG sprite, and SVG sprites actually work a bit different than the actual the sprites from quite some time ago. But you can have multiple images, one on top of the other, and you can hide and show this to get more complex animations. And here here I just passed the easing function so that you can see that if you pass a stepped function for the easing curve, you get that sharp motion, like if you want to animate a ticking clock, or just like in this example, you can again play with the easing. And for micro animations, again, it's not 100% compulsory to use SVGs. You can use any techniques that you want. You can use CSS animations. There are a couple of things that we need to keep in mind. How do we build those animations? So we have the trigger, what triggers the action, the rules, how the whole animation will be executed, the visual feedback that we provide to users so that the action was completed or that something happens, and again the loops and the different modes of those animations that you want to provide. We'll go through a couple of examples for such animations, what's good, what's bad. And here in this example, we'll compare it side by side. In the right part of the screen, it's the right part for me. Maybe it's mirrored for the stream. The right part, so is the not so good implementation. Here we see that we have a very sharp, very bouncy animation that it's a bit hard to follow, and for me, it personally doesn't have that natural feeling that something. Of course, it's animated. It's users can follow it, but it's a bit stressful, and I don't think that it will bring as positive emotions in the users as the one as the blue one. Again, on the timing, it's not only that you can do it wrongly with too fast animations. If it's going too slow, it's not a good sign as well, because this will block the interaction of the users with the UI itself. So if you have, let's say, a list of cars that are clickable and users can interact with them. They don't want to wait 1 second until all 10 of the results are loaded so that they can start working with the interface. And how you can achieve that animation, how you can achieve that effect for one element to wait until the other. Like, there are multiple techniques, of course, but in general, you just delay one of the animation, the animations with some step. In this example, yeah, this is we are looping through the CSS properties, and we are asking each of the child elements that are coming through to wait 0.2 seconds, and this is how we can get this this animation effect very easily. Another cool technique to achieve this result, by the way, is to have custom CSS variables predefined somewhere globally, so that you can animate lists of elements based on that one. So another important thing is when we are moving elements from one place of the screen to another, it should be seamlessly transitioning from one point to another. It shouldn't be interacting with different elements on the screen. It shouldn't be overlapping with them. And you can see on the example, on the blue example, that we have that very slight elevation technique, like the element is pulling up towards us, and then we can move it to the next corner. And with the red example, we don't have that effect, and we can see that yes, it's animated, it's working. Of course, the animation is here and it's present, but the level of details and the attention that was brought to deliver this experience is compared to the one on the blue one is visible to the naked eye, and it's pretty straightforward. So you want to invest the right amount of time and precision to get those animations correctly. And this is from the material UI motion section, where design teams have put a lot of time and effort to research this. And what I'm trying to say here is that if we have proportional scaling of the elements, so in this example it's the square, where we are scaling a square, you can navigate it and you can scale it on in a straight line, and you can focus on that element in a straight line. And when the element is not proportional, so when you are changing the proportion from a square to rectangle, you should do that motion on a curve. And you can follow through the this case study again in the material UI documentation. I just wanted to go through the next examples because we are a bit behind the time. So the same thing here. So we have two examples, and yes, the red example is moving on a curve, but there is a natural curve that is much better. So you should be transitioning towards the center first, and then you can work with the other properties of the element. Some of the tips and tricks that we'll go through quickly, and the things to keep in mind. Hardware acceleration. This is something pretty important, and it's something that should be used with caution again. You don't want to overdo it. And there are three CSS properties that are GPU that are rendered by the GPU and that have slightly better performance if you animate them against some others. I'll go through a specific example with this one. And something that I thought of is also the Z index. The Z index is something that gives you another dimension to the page that is the Z index controls which element behind, which element goes, the order of the elements. You can think of it like layers. If you give an element a higher Z index, it will be rendered in front of the other elements. But it's also if you just add the Z index, those elements will be rendered by the GPU rather than the CPU. And here, what I want to get your attention to is, for example, if you are animating let's say the top, left, right, and bottom properties of an element. So those things, those properties, and the whole element during each frame of the animation, it will be repainted in the browser. So one of the techniques to use here is just to use the translate property with CSS, and it will be rendered by the graphic card of the user's machine. And you can see that we don't have addition. This is the same animation that is performed by the two techniques. One is animating through the top and left properties, let's say, if we are moving an element across the screen, and the other is by using the translate property and passing it the X and Y coordinates. And you can measure this in your browser. Just use the timeline, and you can very easily see how it works. Track the paint and how the elements are rendered, and you'll be you can see that. I hope that at some point we'll have some time to go through it, and it's a very, very visual example. Keep in mind that you don't want too big elements and too much of it, like you don't want all of the elements rendered through the GPU, because that affects performance, and it should be used wisely. Another important thing to keep in mind with your animations is accessibility. Some good technique to have at least some basic coverage for accessibility is to disable the animations for users who have the reduce motion flag on their system or in their browser. So you have a separate media query for that. Just give it high enough specificity so that it overrides the default animation duration. And when you set the animation duration to 0, it will basically remove the animations that you have. And of course, that's the quick and dirty fix for this. With the same media query, you can provide different animations. Like you can provide slower motion or remove just the blinking and more intensive animations. And another important thing here, for example, with this media query, if you have some 3D translation, 3D rotations, something that is more interactive, and users have this reduced motion feature enabled, you can just replace those, let's say, with a screenshot or with something that is more friendly to those users. And again, don't forget to optimize, to measure the performance, and if there is a laggy performance or something is jacked or doesn't look so good, you probably want to eliminate that animation or that technique at all. You want to not have an animation at all, rather than having a not so well implemented animation. Don't make it expensive. So if your team is working on it for, let's say, a week or two and it doesn't have too much of a user impact, probably you don't want to do it. And just keep that in mind. And of course, utilize tools like SVG-O, which is used for optimization. It's a command line tool, and the SVG-ONG is the UI interface for the same tools that will help you see extra elements, optimize, and stuff like that. So also you can use SVGR, which is specifically for for React. You can import your SVGs as React elements, and I tried to keep the talk agnostic to the technology that we are using. So you can apply the same principles both in other applications, in other single-page application libraries and frameworks like Vue, Angular. You can do this with Vanilla.js, so just keep it in mind. And of course, rather not focusing only on the design systems, there are plenty of materials. There are a lot of people talking about it. One of them is, of course, Sarah Dresner. You can check her book on SVG animations. You can check some other great authors. For micro iterations, there is a lot of materials on the whole topic. You can check YouTube videos, whatever is your preferred way of learning. I highly advise you to go through and explore this, because it does have very strong impact to the user engagement and how they feel about your products, about your brand in general. And yeah, other than that, when you go after today's talk, there are a couple of things that I want you to remember. So I would be glad. I tried to reduce it to a couple of things. Keep the animations and the micro interactions natural. Keep them to make sure that they don't look and feel awkward or don't or they're not jaggy. Make sure that if you put the time and efforts to build something, make it nice. Work on the designer-developer collaborations. This is one of the things that are crucial to get the whole impact that you are going towards right. You need to have the whole team involved. You need the whole team to understand the principles that you are working for a specific animation. You need to have, and to achieve this, the best way to do is to have the team actively communicating. So communication is one of the things that you want to have flowing seamlessly across the team members. And another thing is prototypes. So you have various methods for delivering the animation. Don't bind it to a specific certain way to do it. You have graphical user interface apps. You can deliver the animation from the design point. Like designers can export animations from, let's say, Adobe After Effects, and they can you can load them directly with Lottie and body moving. You can export animated SVGs from online tools like SVGator, for example. You can have the motion handled by the developers at the last stage. It really depends. That there is no right or wrong way. Just make sure that people are working together closely. That you have somebody who is following on the process. You need to have the right roles and make sure that it might be the designer who is making sure that the animation is delivered from the prototype to the production. This guy or girl should be involved in the process. You should be having active discussions around it just to make sure that everything is going. So this is another focus area that you want to keep in mind. And the last thing, of course, here is, again, that strategic animation, something that you want with a specific action in mind. With it, you want to measure it, of course. You want to see what is the user impact of each animation. You don't want to make animations just for the purpose that you can make it, and it's looking cool. Animation is, again, a layer for communication, an extra layer for communication. It's not just for visual pleasure, eye candy, as we can name it. So just keep it in mind, because motion is not decoration. You want to have it with purpose, and you want to have it as accents only on the right spots. You don't want it everywhere. So these are the three things that I want you to keep in mind. And again, let's take a chance to thank today's organizers of the event, the sponsors who made it happen, and yeah, let's give them a round of applause again. And thank you for joining this talk today. I'll be very glad to answer any of your questions if you have them here in person or in the online stream in the chat. And yeah, I'll be glad to connect. I've made sure to, if you search in the social networks, it's pretty easy to find. If you remember a question afterwards, I'm very communicative, and I'm eager to help and assist.
There is not a question.
Okay. Okay, let's take a look. Okay, yeah, thank you. I don't see your name, but thank you for the appreciation. And yeah, it's my pleasure also to see such a great interest and share the knowledge with you and the audience.
Do you have any questions?
All right, so yeah, thank you very much. Thank you for sharing.
These days, if you don't have an app, you are falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then, when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit, empowering your business to be well-equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at anthill.one.
Interior designers do a lot. Sketching, designing.
A lot of meetings, I'm on site a lot.
I think a lot of people think we paint walls.
Sorry.
Time is really valuable.
Ordering and deliveries.
Oh, schedules.
Charts, emails, spreadsheets. All of these are taking so much time out of the creative part of the work.
Worst thing.
Ooh, spreadsheets.
Way too many emails.
I hate spreadsheets.
I hate spreadsheets.
The world that we're moving into is about empowering people, giving back time.
I can work on a project and then have the other side of the world in another office working on it. Clippings, they are improving the way we work.
It's taking a lot of the hard work out for us. It's like a beautiful master schedule.
Just boom, 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 done.
Through design development to site.
It's just like, everything just like comes together, and it's a really good feeling.
Being part of Labo 8 is a challenge, a journey, and a pleasure in so many ways.
The best thing about Labo 8 are the people around you. Knowing that everyone around you got your back is a pretty great feeling.
At Labo 8, you are not just an employee, you're a person that matters. And the coffee is pretty nice.
Feels cozy to work in Labo 8. Feels like a place I'm connected with, people I know, place I know.
I think that the biggest breakthrough we did as a team is to cultivate a company culture with a friendly environment. And of course, all the small and not so small problems we managed to solve for our customers.
Being a part of Labo 8's team is like the rare feeling of being at the right place at the right time. Being surrounded by so many amazing people is awesome.
Because we always make sure we get the best ones on board.
Being a part of Labo 8 is something I can easily describe with two words: pure joy.
Join Labo 8. We have cookies and great products.
Вече се вижда.
Здравейте отново! Накрая на нашето събитие ние много се радваме, че партньорите ни от Mobile Web Solutions имат томбола с един чудесен таблет и сега те ще теглят томболата само за хората, останали до края на събитието. Така че давам думата на нашите приятели от Mobile Web Solutions.
Благодаря на всички, които посетиха нашия щанд. Благодаря на всички, които посетиха въобще конференцията. За нас беше удоволствие да се срещнем с всички вас, да поговорим, да обменим мисли и опит за използването на JavaScript технологиите. Мисля, че беше една много успешна конференция. Поне за нас беше наистина много добре да се съберем с всички вас. Сега ще изтеглим една награда за хората, които останаха тук и които се записаха да участват в играта. Общо колко имаме?
40.
Около 40 участници в това състезание. И сега ще изтеглим един от тях. Ели? Да.
Видим дали ще работи.
Трябва да работи. И сега ще видим кой е победителя. Габриела Гоцева.
Тук ли е?
Тук ли е Габриела Гоцева? Чудесен таблет за теб. Благодаря, че се участвате в нашата игра. Благодаря на вас. Това беше от нас. Благодаря.
Благодаря ви много и такъв е извода. Идвайте на място и участвайте в томболите в края на събитието.
И стойте до края, за да си получите награда.
Благодаря още веднъж. I will switch in English because this message is also important for all attendees who are online. First, thank you for joining this event. We really appreciate also your commitment to come here in person or to stay online, but to be with all speakers and to attend this very, very important conference. What do I like to say? We already have the dates for next event, next year. For JSTalks 2022, we already have dates. And JSTalks will be on 18 and 19 of November 2022. So follow JSTalks for latest news for our JS events, and registration and call for speakers will be open next week. We will be glad to see you again and have a good evening. Thank you very much.
These days, if you don't have an app, you're falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then, when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit, empowering your business to be well-equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at anthill.one.
Interior designers do a lot. Sketching, designing.
A lot of meetings, I'm on site a lot.
I think a lot of people think that we paint walls.
Sorry.
Time is really valuable.
Ordering and deliveries.
Oh, schedules.
Charts, emails, spreadsheets.
All these are taking so much time out of the creative part of the work.
Worst thing.
Ooh, spreadsheets.
Way too many emails.
I hate spreadsheets.
I hate spreadsheets.
The world that we're moving into is about empowering people, giving back time.
I can work on a project and then have the other side of the world in another office working on it.
Clippings, they are improving the way we work.
It's taking a lot of the hard work out for us. It's like a beautiful master schedule.
Just boom, 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 done.
Through design development to site.
It's just like everything just like comes together, and it's a really good feeling.
Being part of Labo 8 is a challenge, a journey, and a pleasure in so many ways.
The best thing about Labo 8 are the people around you. Knowing that everyone around you got your back is a pretty great feeling.
At Labo 8, you are not just an employee, you're a person that matters. And the coffee is pretty nice.
Feels cozy to work in Labo 8 Feels like a place I'm connected with, people I know, place I know.
I think that the biggest breakthrough we did as a team is to cultivate a company culture with a friendly environment. And of course, all the small and not so small problems we managed to solve for our customers.
Being a part of Labo8's team is like the rare feeling of being at the right place at the right time. Being surrounded by so many amazing people is awesome.
Because we always make sure we get the best ones on board.
Being a part of Labo8 is something I can easily describe with two words: pure joy.
Join Labo8. We have cookies and great product.
News UK Tech is a really dedicated team full of some amazing talent, and I think we always go above and beyond.
The thing I love most about working at News UK is that we are right on the pulse of what people are talking about across the nation, and I find that really exciting.
The biggest reason I joined News UK was the people. Like, I stepped out of every single interview going, I want to work with these guys. They just seem to have just a really wonderful culture and a way of working with each other.
I'm most proud of seeing the growth of everyone in my team. And we've built a really amazing culture that allows the individuals in my team to shine and really do their best.
Why is News UK a good place to work? Well, it's a great place to work, actually. It's the people. The people make it.
There's a real kind of energy and pace of working for a media organisation. Can be a bit crazy at times, but it's never dull.
A media business like this is a digital business. The lifeblood of that is the people that make those digital ideas come to life. You couldn't have a business now without engineers.
I like working at News UK because you're just surrounded by really smart people, and there's so many people to learn from and experts in their field that your learning curve is so steep, and every day's a school day.
If I have one ambition, it's to make our end users, who are the journalists using our tools, to feel excited by them, to say, I did something today that I couldn't do yesterday, and I reached our audience in a new way because of the tools that you and your team built.
We're affecting people's emotions, right? If you imagine sport, for example, it's passion, it's emotion. So being able to make that same kind of depth of feeling happen not just here but across the world, I like being part of that.